Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Give me one sec. Take a look at my own channel. It's me. Hello? Hello? Hello, hello? Hello, hello, hello? I'm trying to listen for it, if I can hear that background noise. It's hard to tell though because I'm currently experiencing the background noise at the same time. So it should actually overlay onto itself. I don't know. Or maybe it's just like my stream volume. I don't know. My stream volume is just kind of low. I don't know. Can't hear it. Maybe I'm just a weirdo. We'll go back to just watching another stream. There we go. Yeah, so I don't usually stream during the day, but I do have time since I am off work this week. So let's get started. How fun. Don't expect anyone to actually be around though. So, just been doing a lot of unit testing. How fun. Pretty sure like my ISP absolutely hates me though, because I am using so much bandwidth up and down. Oof. Let's see. Tree eggs. For key and plugins. Yeah, that makes sense to me. This is the new app manager. The old app manager is still here and slightly not great, if we're being polite. So tracker, there should be some sort of tracking backend that we'll just have access to. So as usual, our app manager is our singleton manager. Yeah. So on tree exiting, if tracker is not null, then tracker stop receiver, something like that. What's changed? Oh, I wrote the logger in app manager tests. Okay. We're getting there. We're getting there. Everything is extensively tested as well, which is nice. Now we just need, I think config manager and pub sub still need tests. So there's your config manager. Let's see, test, pub sub. There we go. There's your pub sub. Actually, I have it on two sides. test. I guess it's like test to register. Yeah, test. Sub is equal to pub sub new. Because we'll always be using the same pub sub. I feel like actually this should be doubled. Or at least partially doubled. Yeah, because we want to check to see if things are being called or not. So isn't there like assert signal? Yeah. And if you want to assert that those are emitted, you need to get Godot. I need to look at the wiki again, which is gonna be on my other monitor. So yeah, isn't it like spying on a thing? In order to spy, you must check the signal count. Or to check the signal count, you must spy, and in order to spy, you must have a double. Yeah, when a double is instanced. Or is that not true? Eh? Ooh, wait a minute. Assert signal. It's not being watched? What do you mean watched? What does that mean? Watch. This is what I'm looking at. So you can stub it, you can double it. Sure, but what? So what if you want to? Oh, okay. Asserts and methods probably has all the signal stuff. So, oh, you need to watch a signal. Interesting. So, assert. Okay. So you don't need to double it. You just need to watch it instead. Okay, so we can just use the regular pub sub then. Pub sub, pub sub, pub sub. So what am I wanting to test here? I want to test register, which must be called using an object. So this is like class. Test class, I guess. So we'll define a callback. Callback. That's pretty easy. Doesn't do anything, but that's okay. And then I think we can no, you can't. You can't double it. But because it's just a test class, this is essentially what Goot does, I think. So like callback counts almost, right? callback count plus equals 1. Something like that. Yeah. Then we'll do pub sub register. Don't know what we're registering just yet. Hold on. Give me 1 sec. Test class, new. So we'll register test class. Ooh, signal name. I don't know what we want to. Don't know what we want to connect to. We don't really have a great test signal. I suppose some of the plugin ones are pretty easy. Logger rebroadcast, I can almost guarantee will always exist. So let's do metadata changed. That's a pretty common one. And so metadata changed. Metadata changed. Counts plus equals 1. Beautiful. So that's the idea, is that this, when you call register, it will just take the signal and assume that you already have a corresponding handler defined. Although you can also do something like this, which is we can pub sub register test class logger rebroadcast, and then we can pass in a payload, which is a pub sub register payload. Forget what this needs. Yeah, so you can pass in a dictionary with connection args and custom callback. You can have args, or you can have a string, which defines your fancy callback. So our fancy callback will just be called callback, because we don't well, we can try out register payload. There we go. I know what these are, so that makes it pretty easy. Other callback. So we'll try this one with, I guess, model config changed. Why not? Model config data changed. Test arg 0, and then test arg 1. Custom callback. For something like this, I should be using like another connection object. So like the register payload almost, because this is like already your register payload, but that's okay. It's like the payload for the register payload that you can pass in if you want. But I don't think I'm gonna do that. That's too much. All right, give me a test on pub sub. This one feels pretty good because this is how it's actually supposed to be used. Yeah, okay. Well, we didn't have any asserts, but at least nothing crashed, which is good. Broadcast, metadata changed. So this is test key, and then this is test value. And so we'll want to assert that our test class has assert equals test class dot callback count is equal to 1. That's pretty easy. We can run it like that. Ugh. So did that not work? Yeah. So if we broadcast this, then this should fire a signal. Well, we should have a new pub sub here, right? We can do, what was it? It was watch signals pub sub. So assert signal emit count for pub sub. Signal name, that should be metadata changed times 1. Send me. All right, so only one failure. Okay, so it did get emitted, but then we didn't actually have time to process the signal. Let's add user signal. What is this? This isn't like a normal thing you have, right? What the heck is this? What function is this? I've never seen that. Add user signal. Oh, interesting. That's a user-defined signal. Arguments are optional. Huh. That's interesting. I had no idea you could do it like that. That is really interesting. Oh, no. Now that I know that this exists, now I'm thinking. Because this exists, I no longer need to manually define all these control signals either. These can just be defined by the GUI, right? Then the only hard part is I need to hook into the regular classes somehow. So initialization order matters a lot more. Okay. Anyways, this should have been, oh, this should be metadata changed, sorry. Metadata changed count should be equal to 1. There we go. Your pub sub, broadcast, logger rebroadcast. So test. So assert signal emit count for your pub sub. Logger rebroadcast. You can send it twice, why not? Assert equals test class. Logger rebroadcast was on callback, so this is callback. Callback count is equal to 2. And then pub sub broadcast. What was it? Model config data changed? Model other test value. That's pretty much it, and then we can just do assert signal emit count for pub sub. Hit model config data change should be equal to 1. One failing. Did I do this wrong? Other callback count. So this is other callback count. This failed on line 72. Test class. Well, that was the only error. I think this registered payload thing might be wrong then. Let me see. Right, and then this also comes with a key value. Oh, it's because it didn't fire correctly, right? Because this actually takes 2 callback args. Yeah. Other callback args. So that equal to an empty thingy. Other callback args. Append arg0 and then arg1. So that might be okay. Test pub sub. Yeah, okay, so it actually failed silently when it was trying to emit the signals. Yeah, that's interesting. Oh, okay. Yeah, it failed silently, but there we go. Assert has test class, other callback args, and then this should have test arg0. Then we'll do the same thing for test arg1. And then assert not has, does not have. Nice. Test class, other callback args. I don't know, what did I broadcast? Other callback args. Expected array to contain value. Oh, it went in the other direction from what I was expecting. Because when you connecting, how this works is when you emit, okay, it's in the other direction. Okay, so now this should be fine. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And I'm thinking for a lot of these, now that I know that add user signal is just a thing. Add users, oh, that's add user. That's weird. Add user signal. Are there other signal stuff? Actually, how does add user signal work? Arguments. Arguments are optional, can be added as an array of dictionaries, each containing name, string, and type. Integer, but you're not actually allowed to, in Godot, you're not actually allowed to type signals, right? Or are you allowed to type signals now? Was that a recent change? Yeah, so you can't do that. Wait. What happened here? Did I just... Okay. Interesting. Well, I'm gonna look at the actual implementation. That's interesting. Are you only allowed to add a type when you're using the add user signal method? So 3.4, which is probably in core object, if I had to guess. No. Object, we're looking for add user signal. Okay. Ooh. Is this overloaded? Yeah, it is overloaded. To be used from scripts or external APIs without access to add signal and bind methods. Added events are per instance as opposed to the other ones, which are global. Yeah, that makes sense. This one. Yeah, signal map. That makes sense. Interesting. Yeah, so you're supposed to use... Oh, but this is, it's not actually exposed. So how are you supposed to call it then? Where does this go? So method info, add user signal. But where does this add user signal go? Or is this something, because I don't think that this is a, I don't think that this is, ooh. Maybe it is. Oh, that's bizarre. So what they're actually doing here, yeah, that seems really bad. They're like, this is defined as a private method, but they actually expose it as a public method. And then this public method is actually a private method, going by their naming conventions. That's weird. Anyways. Let's see. I think this register function, that's pretty sick. Most of these other ones we don't really need to do anything. Although, like, on initialization, it probably does make sense to, like, have most of these not be, like, hard-coded into here. Now that I know about the add user signal function, that's pretty sick. So there could be, like, a... I don't know. Maybe in, like, this plugin section. So there's register plugin. Yeah. There's register plugin, and then we just need to make sure that your initialization order is correct. Right? So you'll do like you have your plugin key, and then also like a thing to, you know, optional signal, or it's like register plugin payload, something like that. So there's like register payload. That's kind of boring. Register payload. So this is register. No, I guess this is plugin payload, right? This would have to be plugin payload. Or, plugin payload, register for plugin, or register plugin. This one holds on to a reference to the plugin, and then also the plugin key is used as the, I guess, the registration thing, right? I don't know, that's interesting. That's an interesting thing to think about. It presumably makes it a lot harder to debug, right? Because you don't have a concrete signal to fall back to. Interesting. Interesting. Test. Register plugin. I'm thinking about it. So I don't need to have so many things just like registered here, but then, well, I don't know. Maybe the GUI, maybe the GUI should be handling some of these, or everything should be registering their own methods here. Everything should be registering their own methods here. Yeah. I don't know. Have to think about it. But what I'm thinking in my heart of hearts is that I really only need like 3. I need these 2, right? These are the config ones. Like, these are non-negotiable. Absolutely must have these signals. But everything else seems like it could just be, yeah, everything else is mapped back to the, the GUI. And actually, these are super negotiable now that I'm thinking about it, right? Just add everything for now. Give it one more shot. Run all, just make sure that we can pass. We have 5 errors. That's good. Oh, that's good. Never mind. Disregard. Key value we don't actually need. Git restore. Git. Let's see. Start adding tests for pub sub and config manager. Ahead by 1 commit, but now this has got me thinking. Is what if in our base config we can have a method called like register all signals, right? So we do, yeah, we do something like a register all signals. There is an idea. Here's an idea. Region. It's basically export, right? There we go. I think the last one would have to be func register with pub sub. Right. Actually, is this something that I could make work in, yeah, get as dictionary, something like that. So we could do like register signals. So there's like a register for signal, which is this one, and then a register signals, or signal, it doesn't matter. So register for signal. We're changing this. So now this is slightly incorrect. Now we need to register. Register for signal pass. Alright, so nothing is using a register signal, or just register. Well, something might be using register, I need to check. So spy, VRM model, not yet. GUI, base element, test pub sub, that's fine. Config manager, no. Pub sub, no. Okay, so I think we're good on that front. So now, here we have register for signal, and then there's register signals. Func register signals. So the difference between the two is that one of these creates signals and one of these registers signals to be listened to be registered for in this app's nomenclature. So registers signal. So this takes signal data, which will be an array. Return result. What does this do? Add user signal. Doesn't actually return anything. That's fine. I think that's okay. Then for every signal here, yeah, I guess like it doesn't matter, question mark. So there's register signal. All right, so register payload, hold on. Register for signal payload, which is this one, which means that this needs to be boom, boom. And then this is register signals payload. It's a slight difference. So var signals, sure, this will be an empty array. And then you'll need to do boom, 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 func, like add signal, and this will take some sort of data type. Well, no, that's just a signal name, right? Signal name, string, and then args, which is an array, defaults to empty, yeah. Which then makes this somewhat difficult. Oh. It's my mom texting me about Wordle. Good old Wordle. Even though the world is turned against you. That's okay. Let's just paste that. There we go. So this has an error as well. So this is register for plugin, then this is register. Oh, hello, Oberon. How are you? How are you? Register for plugin signal. Good. How about you? I'm doing all right. Doing all right. Doing all right. Just working on continuing the rewrite on this. We're starting to get into an interesting internal kind of thing. Or Godot internals anyways, where I didn't realize that you don't need to manually define signals in each file. You can just construct them on the fly, which is not something I realized you could do. I thought they were baked into the file. Which means that most of these things here in this file, most of these are just signals, right? I'm thinking I could just build all these on the fly. So there's almost nothing to maintain besides just constructing it somewhere else. So I guess less things are hard-coded, which is a good and bad thing. It's a good thing. It's less things to change. It's a bad thing because now things are more spread out. So it's harder to figure out where things are coming from. Took a bit of a while yesterday. Started Master Mode in the game. Nice. Breath of the Wild, one of my favorite games of all time. If only because I'm a sucker for open world games. Yeah, I'm a sucker for open world games, especially like non-shooter open world games. So I'm not a huge fan of Far Cry, but so Far Cry out, but like Breath of the Wild, pretty sick. Most of the like Oblivion, lots of fun. Skyrim, lots of fun. Really, the only game I play consistently anymore is actually Genshin Impact, sadly enough. Favorite is Twilight Princess from the GameCube. It's funny you mentioned that. I've never played that one. I've never played that one. Noah's really big when it came out, but I just don't... I don't know. I've just never got around to playing it, I suppose. A chance to try it out. Yeah, no, I played Ocarina of Time. Never beat it, by the way. I played... What's the one that came after it that was cartoon style? Wind Waker. Never beat it, but I did play it. Mostly because like when I was a kid, I wasn't allowed to play video games, except on the weekends. And then of course I have 2 brothers, so it means you have to share, which meant that most games that we played were multiplayer games, like lots of Smash Brothers. Yeah. Parents are my mom is texting me about Wordle. Hmm. 360 over 5 years ago that had 150 games. Were they like Xbox arcade games? 150 games is a bunch of games. Yeah, no, I remember we had an Xbox, and then we got red ringed, and then we didn't have an Xbox anymore. Trying to think about how to do this correctly. Register signals payload. I think this should actually be like register signal payload. So this is just register signal singular. Then this will be signal name, some sort of string. Give it a default value. Add signal. Well, maybe just do a function init p signal name. Most open more to like RPG games, Mass Effect. Mass Effects. I think if we're talking about favorite trilogy of games, Mass Effect is high on the list. Mass Effect 3 was not very happy with the ending, but I thought the rest of the game was pretty fun. Mass Effect 1 and 2, very good. Mass Effect 2, definitely a slapper, as the kids say. Let's see. These args should be class register signal payload args. Oh, this is bad. Other scrolls follow Gears of War. First person shooters, Cybertron games. Not sure what the Cybertron games were. Your third ending was crap. Yeah. I think I thought it would, if they were going for more of like the indoctrination angle. I remember I was okay with it, but I was like, this can't be like the true ending, right? So I went online, looked it all up, and I was like, oh, this is actually just the true ending. Like when I first got the, you know, you throw yourself, you know, spoilers by the way, if you throw yourself into the beam of light, I forget what it is. Param name. Param type. Yeah, but I thought they were going more for the indoctrination angle, which was a popular fan theory. I remember that being a thing where most everything can be explained by, like, you know, indoctrination in Mass Effect was the more time you spend around the Reapers, you become more and more indoctrinated. And so Shepard was only able to hold out for as long as they did because of their, I guess, mental aptitude. I was like, that, you know what, that's a cool theory. I hope they don't get rid of it. And guess what? They did. Or at least they came out with the extended ending, which didn't really fix anything. Was it called the extended cut, or was it just the epilogue or whatever? I don't know. Transformers games? I've never played any Transformers stuff. Watched the movies, or I watched some of the movies. I watched the cartoon when I was a lot younger. But not super into Transformers at the time, still not super into Transformers now. Signal args appends array the args, something like that. All right, so here's what this is how this is going to work. So you have your register signal payload, right? And then this is your register signal payload args. And then this matches up pretty much one-to-one with how add user signal is expecting its arguments. It's starting to get really messy though, which I'm not super happy with this. Which Transformer cartoon? I'm not sure. It's the Transformer cartoon. Was there one on Cartoon Network? If you, yeah, you said that you're from the US. I don't know. Cartoon Network, Transformers, cartoon. What was the cartoon Transformer one? Like, this must have been like really old, because I still remember watching it when I was a kid. Like, I'm not actually that old. I guess I am starting to get that old, but I don't think I'm that old. Still in my mid-20s. This doesn't look correct. This looks more correct. No, not at all. That doesn't look correct. Or at least that's not how I remember it. Which one was it? I remember watching this one, but this is not what I was talking about. This looks, maybe? I don't know. What was the one with the, this one? It was this one. What is this one? Which one was this one? The 1984 one? I remember watching this one, but I'm not an 80s kid. I'm barely even a 90s kid. But this one looks very familiar. What was this one? Yeah. Whatever the heck this one was. I don't know which one this was. So register signal. So this is an array of register signal payload. Or no, this should just be register signal. This will take data is register signal payload. Top right corner one is the original one. All right, let's bring it back. I don't know what was the top right corner one. Was it this one? Basically this one that I had open up. Yeah. What is this one though? I've never seen this. I remember this being a thing, but I think I was a little too old to be watching that at that point in my life. Yeah, no, I don't really have good memories of most early cartoons. Mostly because I don't know, I was a kid. I was like, haha, they make funny joke. Haha, I'm entertained. I suppose even now I have trouble like remembering content that I've watched. Like I watched the ending of Dark somewhat recently, and I was like, wow, this kind of sucks. Like I get it, I guess. Then I watched a few episodes of Squid Game, and I was like, yeah, that's a thing. That one before was Transformers Prime. Was it the one with more rounded edges that looked a bit more modern, but it wasn't the 3D one? Signal name, and then this needs to be args. We need to transform this into, hold on. Maybe this should be like pre-transformed, right? Yeah, this should be pre-transformed. So for arg in p-args, so this is guaranteed to be register signal payload args. So if arg is not register signal payload args, pub sub. Hopefully that's not like a circular reference or anything. The smooth one was the prime. Okay. Yeah, I watched a decent amount of that. I had a lot of the toys. I remember that. Had a lot of the little car toys. Not the. I don't think I ever had Optimus. The Optimus toy, but there were a lot of like the little ones, where they're like the little action figures that could, you know, you can bend the hood of the car down and it reveals a head. You can pop the back wheels. Extendo. You can extend the back wheels so then they have legs, and you can pop the doors out so they have arms. Remember those toys? I had a lot of those. I thought those are really cool. They did not roll as well as Hot Wheels though, for sure. Invalid. Should just be regular arg, by the way, because it is just the singular payload. Oh, hello, Yozen. Hello. Thank you very much for the raid. How are you doing today, Yozen? What were you doing? What I am doing right now is I am basically doing a full rewrite of this application. Doing a full rewrite. Hold on, I can change into a more appealing character. Don't crash. Okay. There we go. Look, I'm appealing now. And I'm also using lip sync. Wow. Yeah, I'm doing a full rewrite because I have this entire week off, which is nice. So here we are. Trying to get a full, just a full release out so I can stop working on this project. What kind of sci-fi movie did I get my rated into? It's the worst case scenario. Everyone's turned into e-girls. Welcome to the club. Genshin. I was also playing Genshin earlier, but not on stream. Big fan of Genshin though. As I was kind of just monologuing to myself. Oh, hello, Bunty. Hello, hello. Genshin Impact is kind of just like one of the few games I still play regularly, sadly enough. Big fan though. Somewhat recently pulled, what's her name? Yae Miko. What a fun character. I like characters that have spawns and you can immediately switch them back out. Because I'm a little baby. I don't want to be an e-girl. Something looks different, like more blurry. You change something? She is, yeah, she is a bit blurry. That's because I have FXAA enabled. I guess she should be less blurry, I guess. If I do that. Well, actually, I turned it back on. There we go. Does MSAA actually work? Yeah, MSAA also works, and I think you can have both enabled at the same time, which makes it look more smooth. Yeah. But yeah. Let's see. Our param name. And then this is, let's see, type. Okay, so why isn't this correct? Do I still have an error in PubSub? Yeah, these streams are not going to be very super interesting, by the way, unfortunately, because I'm just doing a lot of rewrites. Lots of test-driven development stuff. So everything is very well tested, by the way. So if you're interested in, oh, never mind. Using own name in class file is not allowed. Creates a cyclic reference. All right, well, that makes sense. Well, you can't do this because you don't have access to it, because it's not in the same scope. Or, yeah, you can't do that. Or no, it's because of this logger. So we can do am logger. Just use the general logger. There, chill. The stream's amazing. Oh, thank you, thank you. Much appreciated. If you wanted to learn about good software development practices, you have come to a place. Maybe not the right place. Since I actually personally don't follow test-driven development all that well. Because I think it's really only a practice that makes sense if you know exactly what you want to make. Which I think after totally screwing this up in the past like 3 rewrites, I think I know how I want this to be structured. Maybe. But why is this cannot be fully loaded? Let's unload, reload it, I guess. Okay. I guess that was it. Let's see. Now I'm changing how I'm doing most of this stuff. So I just recently found out about the existence of this method here. As long as you just catch a stream, gotta go sleep with me. Fair enough. Take it easy, Yozen. Have a good rest, and thank you once again for the raid. Yeah. I suppose I should actually bring up my stream monitor as well at this point. I've just been watching, actually, I'm watching an Elden Ring stream at the same time. So we'll stop streaming myself and just keep the monitor online. Yeah, but add user signal, how nice. Looks good, which means I can take out most of these other signals. Or not. For the open discussion, thought of an idea. Okay, sure. You're saying that you don't want to, you're saying you don't want to broadcast it out? Let's see. For your custom classes and resource saver problem. I think I'm already past that. The classes extend for resource. Yeah, I think if I changed it back so they extend from resource, it should work. But I think it's okay. I think it's okay. I think the fact that I can still unit test whatever I'm working on is already pretty good. Yeah, I think that the testability without relying on writing to disk is more appealing to me anyways. At least that's how I've rationalized it in my head. Alright, so register with pub sub. Alright, so here's what we're going to do is that now that we have metadata and model config, we can do well, I suppose I also need some way to load it. Yeah, okay. Load. We'll figure out what we want to do here soon. But register with pub sub. What I'm planning on doing is we'll take out most of these fields. Most of these fields are not necessary because these are just kind of like UI fields, which means as long as all my applications or all my bits of the application call this function register signal. So it takes a register signal payload. Right, register signal payload has a signal name and signal args. Right, so then we'll do add user signal data signal name data signal args, something like that. That's pretty much okay. And I guess we can do some minor checking as well. So data signal name, if it's empty, then we will return result error code. Let's see, this is in pub sub. Signal. Let's see, invalid signal name. Pub sub. Invalid signal name. Something like that, and then we'll just return. But otherwise, we'll just send it. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Pub sub. Plugin already exists. I don't think I actually need this anymore now that I'm restructuring how I'm doing signal registration. Yeah, I think this is how I should have been doing it from the start. I just didn't realize this method was available. Add user signal. Beautiful. Right, so now register with pub sub. We'll do base config. Maybe we can have like a static function that's like gets all fields, maybe get all fields, and then some fields will be in other, some fields will be some fields will also just be like the built-in field. So metadata has these fields plus the other field, which is the catch-all, like extendo field, if you will. Static function get fields. Yeah, I'm not sure how other is going to work. Not sure how other is going to work, but we'll do void. Well, this isn't void actually. This will be an array. So var r. So now this is where we're also starting to get. Oh, you can't do that because it's a static function. And then you can't have a reference to yourself in the same function, otherwise it breaks, right? Because you can't do this. Yeah, okay. And you can't call things on this either. That's okay. I guess here we'll just do get as dictionary and then just grab each of the keys. So var metadata fields, right? And then, yeah, metadata fields, and then we'll also have to parse out the individual keys that are in other as well. So this will be fun to test. And by fun, I mean very scary. Metadata get as dictionary. That's pretty much it. I think we'll want to load first. So to do, this is a method stub. Just so that we remember it still exists. We'll hit it with a, I guess, load data. I guess save data as well. That's usually pretty good. Load data, save data, just so we're not accidentally shadowing a built-in method called load. Yeah. We'll load data. Or I guess if load data is error, I guess we'll need the check. Okay, hold on. var result. If result is error, which is a very Rust-like syntax, we'll do logger error result unwrap error. We'll two-string it as well, I suppose. Logger info using defaults, basically. So we already have the defaults loaded. So I need to think about, well, I guess they'll try to parse and then they'll just kind of stop wherever they failed parsing, I suppose. So maybe I should do metadata is equal to metadata new here. Oh, I was never able to check your stream live for time zones reasons, so I want to thank you for the work you do. Thank you. Oh, thanks. Much appreciated. Thanks for the kind words. I'm glad you found whatever I happen to be working on to be useful. I don't know the code, so I can't add anything substantial so I don't chat. Sorry, nah, no problem. It's okay. I was about to say it's not like I was about to say like this. It's not like you could have added anything helpful anyways, but that's not true. That's not true. I think I do get some good ideas from chat every once in a while. I think the important part about chat is that it's, or even like with any creative endeavor, because programming is kind of inherently creative, right? Because there isn't just like the one solution. So like being able to untunnel yourself is a useful skill to have, or if you don't have the skill innately, which I don't really, it's nice to be able to distract yourself and then go back to the problem with a different frame of mind, shall we say. So yeah, you know. But I'm glad you found whatever I do useful. Yeah, even if you're not talking about things that are like explicitly programming related, it's all right. Now I'm thinking. Register with pub sub. That should be okay. Actually, this should probably return a result, right? Since this is one of the initialization thingies. So I'm also doing this in a very Golang. I guess like new languages tend to all use the same pattern for whatever reason. Result unwrap error. Yeah, I guess like at a high level, Golang and Rust, which Go is was the hottest language at the time. But then now everyone has kind of turned against it. And now everyone's on the Rust boat, which is not the Rust the game, it's Rust the programming language. It's the way they handle errors is actually very similar. And then Godot actually forces you to handle errors in almost the Golang style way. Godot and Golang are not related, by the way, contrary to popular belief. But yeah, this is what I'm working on, by the way. I'm rewriting this thing. But it's test-driven development, so its basic idea is that you need to test as many things as possible. So the philosophy centers on the idea that if all your building blocks, so all your smaller functions, you can verify that everything works, then you can start assembling things like without having to really think about whether or not you made a low-level mistake, right? Then all you need to think about is, did you make like an architectural mistake, if that makes sense? So that's what I'm trying to do. But it's proving to be a little difficult because I'm changing a lot of stuff. And I'm not a huge fan of test-driven development, but it's something that's kind of bitten me in the butt before with this application. Because I used to have no tests, and then things would just randomly break whenever I make new changes. And I wouldn't know where they broke. Whereas in test-driven development, whenever you make changes, lots of things break, which is bad, but then you know, oh, like this thing has a side effect on this thing, which in turn also affects this thing. So you know where exactly the errors will be when you make a change. As opposed to like accidentally making a change that kind of breaks something but doesn't break it enough to be noticeable. So it's almost like the idea of, fail as fast as possible, basically. Which is something that in my experience, that's actually a mindset that is very unpopular in software development, to fail as fast as possible. But I don't know. That's something we did on one of my teams once at work. And I was like, you know what? This is actually pretty sick. This is actually pretty sick. Because failing fast means that you don't build on top of errors. But now this is a new way of programming Godot that I wasn't aware was possible. So now I'm trying to figure out the best way to do it. Failing as fast as possible. Domino effect kind of? Yeah, it's exactly like a domino effect, yeah. So like you have a lot of errors that just kind of cascade into each other. So one error leads to many, many other errors because, they're building blocks, right? So if you break something at a very low level, you're going to break the rest of the things in the chain. So with test-driven development, you don't need to think about which blocks are broken. you'll know. Whereas if you just kind of do it all loosey-goosey like I tend to do it, it's hard to say sometimes. It's hard to say sometimes. Doing as fast as you fix them as soon as they come up. Well, basically, you don't fix them as soon as they come up, I guess, but like you'll know when something breaks, if that makes sense. I'm gonna take this out. Gotcha. In general, yeah. It's basically like it's more useful in languages where, or I guess not languages, but applications that take a lot longer to run, right? So if your application takes, like, I don't know, if your application takes, say, like 10 minutes to run, right? You're doing like a big enterprise grade application. You want to catch the error as soon as possible in the process so that, like, you know, like wait 10 minutes, like, okay, we have an error somewhere, right? You want to be like, all right, the application failed in 1 minute, so we know that it happened somewhere pretty early on. So we know that before we hit all these other things, we have an error, as opposed to, like, you know, trying to recover from an error and then, you know, turns out you didn't recover correctly. Sucks to be you. Try to figure out where you broke from. I don't know. I think this works. Yeah, because I don't need the rest of the things. Yeah, because of how signals work in Godot, it's actually pretty loose. Yeah. Oh, dang. Yeah. Or like in, I suppose like a game. I think that's also the reason why Godot doesn't really have any good error handling facilities, is because like your game should not have errors. So they actually do, it's almost the same philosophy, except in Godot it's a lot more annoying. Because, you know, games versus, like, you know, what I do for work, which is extort people for not paying their credit card bills. Nothing against people who do that. That's just what I get paid to do. Feels a little unethical, but, you know, it's pretty much just working with a bank in a nutshell. You know, I think when you're sending out those kind of notifications to people, there's a lot fewer failure states, right? It's obvious where things can go wrong. Whereas in a game, you know, user has control of a bunch of stuff, right? So it's hard to say. It's hard to say where things actually break. Var result. Because, like, is it user error? Was it programmer error? Was it no one's error? Nothing personnel. Got you though. Yeah. Nothing personnel kid, etc., etc. Alright, there we go. Sprawl's error. Do all this stuff. Oh, hello. Welcome. There's the bot. There's nothing very interesting about the bot, but it does have a link to my GitHub where you can find the latest release of this thing, OpenCPace GD. And actually what I'm working on right now is the almost complete re-architecture of that application. So I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. Register plugin. Register for signal payload. I don't think I need this one. Yeah, any of this plugin stuff I don't need, because everything can just use this API now. Register signal. Yeah. Alright, so say goodbye. We're cleaning stuff up. Metadata changed. We don't need this anymore. Does anything actually listen to this? Please don't. Oh, geez. Okay. Pub sub config manager. Oh, okay. Register with pub sub, and then it also needs to listen to the same signals that it just registered. Okay, so let's get rid of these. These signals will be implicit. Logger rebroadcast is a good one because we have, you know, one-to-many loggers. So this is very Java style or Python style, where you have a logger per class, just so you know where the error occurred. Although I suppose the app manager logger is kind of the global logger. But it's better to be more specific in these types of applications. Something that's a game, but it's not actually a game. Oh, thank you very much, Sultan. Salty N60. Oh, Salty N64. I thought it was Sultan. That's all right. That's kind of a cool name. But Salty N64. Are you a speedrunner then? Speedrunning. Very cool. I'm not much of a speedrunner, but I do watch AGDQ. Big fan, big fan. Okay. So I get rid of all of these. Or at least that's the idea. Let's just yeet everything. Actually, we don't want to yeet everything, but I think a lot of this actually can be controlled by the GUI. Yeah. So we'll yeet everything, basically. So then there's only a few things that are, I guess, super required at this point. So there's the logger rebroadcast. There's model loaded, which is not really defined by anything. Nope. 64 is a department member in France. Oh, okay. Okay. So I'm assuming department means like county or state. Yeah, isn't that's how France refers to their territories, right? Yeah. Because yeah, aren't like the overseas territory of France referred to as departments as well? So there's register signal and then register for signal, which is less obvious what that does. Register for signal payload. I feel like I should actually break this out into its own thing, just because it's kind of big now. But here, what we need to do, register a pub sub. We register everything. So we register the signal, and then we actually need to register for that signal that we just registered. It's kind of weird. But this is changed now. So all metadata changed. We can no longer... Well, hold on. Hold on. The reason why this is so difficult is because this is not usually, you don't usually try to dynamically construct the application. In almost every single circumstance, that's not a good idea. But because I want to make this more plugin oriented, I do need to construct it on the fly. So you listen for the emit signals first, or the emit data, and then the connection arguments come after. Yeah, that's what I thought. Let's see. Yeah. I think I've talked to a few other people in the Godot community, shall we say. It's basically just like the Discord plus like other groups who are doing their own thing. And pretty much everyone's told me like what I'm doing is a bad idea for several reasons, right? I think the biggest one, well, it's a bad idea, but it's interesting, at least in theory, especially if I can pull it off. One is that it's hard to create an application that is, I guess, generated on the fly like this. And two is that it's extremely insecure because it means that you are, or the user is executing code that may or may not have actually come from me. Because usually the code is packaged into your application, but what I'm setting this up to do is that you're able to, basically update the application without actually recompiling. Because I have a few ideas around that. Because actually, Godot, GD script, which is what you see here, very similar to Python, it's interpreted. So it's converted to bytecode, of course, but it's interpreted at runtime. And there's almost no speed decrease. There is like a loading time associated with, loading stuff at runtime. But the actual execution time after it is converted to bytecode is about the same, which is really cool. Run in real time, and that's why some errors arise when running the code. Well, there's always errors when running the code, right? But there's just more potential for errors when you're loading stuff at runtime. I guess real time. Well, real time actually technically has a different connotation when you're talking about programming that I'm not qualified to talk about since I didn't study computer science, but I do know that there's the notion of a real-time operating system. I don't really know what that means, but that's what cars use for the most part. I don't think Teslas use a real-time operating system, but I think real-time just means that like there's no, I don't know. I don't know. I can't talk intelligently about it because I don't know. All I know is that it's a thing that exists. Let's see. I don't really have a handler for these. I'm thinking, because I can't, it's harder, it's much harder to generate function definitions at runtime. It's much harder to generate function definitions at runtime as opposed to generating like signals at runtime. So that's what I'm thinking about, is I'm generating each signal. So for each value in this config file, I'm actually generating, or the idea is to generate a separate signal for each one of these. But now I'm thinking like, how do I connect to those? How do I connect to those? So I can still do this stuff. Model config data changed, and then the only difference is that the order that these come in has to change as well. So we have some sort of data that comes in. We have some sort of data, and then the key comes afterwards, which is kind of counterintuitive, but I mean, that's just how Godot works, because you can't define the order that data comes in after you connect it. So when we connect this is how I'm going to be connecting it. So we connect, pass in the key, and then once the signal is emitted, when the data value changes from the GUI, we have to take the value first and then the key afterwards. Real time means the runtime of tasks is bounded. That means allows you to bound the latency to compute a signal message data. So what happens when you run out of bounds? Does it just does it just give up? I suppose that makes sense. So I can only give more support. That's fine. Thank you very much, Ganoob, for the follow, by the way. Yeah, that's interesting. It's interesting. I think as a Java programmer, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me, though. Is it like, what happens when you just run out of time? Does it just like give you back whatever it was able to calculate at that point in time? Some metadata. And I'll pass along the key as one of the identifiers. Yeah, because I can guarantee that each signal will only ever emit one piece of data. If it emits more than one piece of data, then, you know, things are gonna break. That's okay. You don't? If you do, your system is out of spec. Ah, interesting. That makes sense. That makes sense. I prefer my systems to just spin, thus causing us to miss our SLA, thus causing me to have to work at like 2 a.m. All right, I think this is probably okay. And then we can also do, so if connect is not okay, then we'll do return result error. It's not okay. Yeah, I'm glad I don't have to work on any real-time systems, I suppose. I don't know. Would a like an Arduino or one of the, I guess, the lower level boards, I don't really know too much about those. Would those be considered real time, or are those still just regular? Because I worked with Arduino before in school, and I've also worked with flashing just random software onto these little like GPS handler boards before. I didn't really understand what I was doing, but I was like, I don't know. It works. It, you know, got everything hooked up to the GPIO pins. It seems to be doing a thing. I don't know if I'm like, I don't know. You don't deal with critical system either. I guess it's a good thing. Yeah, probably is a good thing. All I deal with is charging people money. Because I'm a consultant, professionally, specializing in financial services, which mostly just means like bleeding people dry of their money. You know, ethical, unethical, I still get paid. So although I am trying, I suppose I should change back to the duck, although I don't know if this model is bringing more people in. Load back to the duck. I made this model. The anime girl I did not make, but that was one of the test models provided to me. Yeah. Let's test the pub sub again. I'm pretty sure the pub sub is going to... Actually, no, the pub sub should still run, right? No. Register a pub sub. Assigned value does not have a set type. What do you mean it doesn't have a set type? Am I dumb? Register signal? Yeah. Maybe it's like too many layers of indirection, I guess. Godot has a tendency to freak out when you start using too many types like I'm using right now. Rubber duck? Yeah. That's kind of the entire impetus behind me streaming and all that stuff, right? Is I kind of naturally rubber duck to myself, where rubber ducking is a method of like talking your way through a problem. Yeah, that might be fun. Okay, so connection failed. That's good. That should not have happened though, because I'm running a test. Metadata changed. Connect. Who? Cute? No, you. No, you're cute. But here we go. Check this out. Did you ever expect a duck to be this long? The duck is surprisingly like a very long lad. Let's see. Why did this non-existent signal other to reference on metadata change? Non-existent signal. That makes sense actually. So there's no signal for it. Hold on. Does the pub sub initialize before the... No, the pub sub does initialize before the config manager. Do I need to wait just like a little bit before we connect? I forgot that duck is cute though. Well done. Oh, thank you, thank you. I think it probably helps that it's a really simple model. It doesn't actually detect my expression currently, but it is possible to toggle it. Yeah, if you wanted to ever be a duck, this is the default model that I include with, I don't know, every single download of this application, OpenCPH-GD, which you can find on my GitHub. Yeah, it's not hard to make your own, yeah. Well, actually, it is fairly difficult to make your own, I guess, because there's no tutorial out there. I'm the only one that really knows how to attach a script to it, but the code is free and open source. Yeah. Technically, the anime model also has emotes because it's a Vroid Studio model, so that's pretty much the standard for like indie VTubers who don't want to spend like any money at all on their model. So why doesn't this key exist? So connect signal target object. Yeah, that's. So did this, or does it not immediately? Oh, I see. I'm dumb. It's this part. We need to connect to the pub sub, like that. Test the pub sub. Unable to subscribe to metadata changed. Trying to add already existing signal. Oh, I see. I think. Metadata changed. Well, yeah, okay, so this is still wrong. So we'll comment that out and just give it another try. Broadcast metadata changed because it doesn't exist. That makes sense. Oh no, okay, so I've broken my entire test system. So that's good. Let me think. Let's think. We can do result is equal to am pub sub register for signal. So we're registering ourself for the signal key with a given payload. Pub sub register for signal payload new with arguments. It'll need to be called? Args and custom callback. So we will be passing in these args, which is just key. And then the custom callback is, of course, on metadata changed. It's okay. All right, now what is your problem? Add register doesn't hit. You're not allowed to do this. Does this break here as well? Did I do this in the wrong place? Register for signal payload, register for signal payload. All right, hold on. All right, there's a lot of things that need to be, wiggled around, shall we say. Right, so utils, that's in the model. Signal payload. So this is probably an empty, but we'll call it structured. Some sort of reference. We're just going to use this as basically a struct. That's fine. Say goodbye. I do realize I said before that or it's somewhat bad practice to have too many classes in Godot, but here we are. Let's see, boom, boom. I think that's okay. Yeah, okay. So I'll get rid of this. Get rid of this. This is, what did I call it? Signal payload? Signal payload. Or I guess we should actually call this like register payload, huh? But that's not obvious what it means. Actually, this should actually be pub sub payload, huh? I'm gonna change this. I might need to restart Godot after this. Somewhat painful. So pub sub payload. Yeah, pub sub payload could not be loaded because we are running into errors. Because I would change the name of a class and also change the location of the class. So it's possible Godot might be getting close to crashing. Take your time. No, absolutely not. Thank you for redeeming a hydrate. Much appreciated. Drank like almost the rest of my water. I didn't realize I hadn't been imbibing anything recently. All right, there we go. I think we're good. So here's your pub sub payload. Payload, blah blah blah. This should be pub sub payload. Pub sub payload. New. This takes all the expected stuff. Then we can check the results. Yeah, usually I try to go a lot slower in terms of development on this application, but I do want to be done with it. I really want to be done with it. Because I've been working on it for pretty much, yeah, more than a year at this point. So it's gone on longer than I thought it would. So I have other non-game related things I would like to work on. Like I saw that like recently a decent amount of Godot people or people working with Godot have been trying to make like a Leorian board, which is a streamer tool, although not necessarily just for streamers. but it's a tool for like managing like OBS, or not OBS, like your Twitch chat connection, OBS transitions, etc., all that good stuff, which I have actually already made. Like I've made like the overlay that you can see here, that is connected to Twitch chat. I also wrote an OBS WebSocket thing as well, just to brag. Look at this. Look at this. Oh baby, it's me. We're updated for both OBS WebSockets 4 and for OBS WebSocket 5, which is the newest one. Look at that. So I have all the stuff needed to make a Leorian board, whereas it looks like other people just don't want to use my code, or they're using my code and not telling me, which is illegal, by the way. According to the license, you must attribute, but yeah, so all the code is free and open source. Like I do a lot of random things that are not aren't really super related to game programming, even though I have made games. So there's like itch.io, there's some games. I suppose headphone warning. Alright, so pub sub payload. This should be the same. So we'll go into Goot, run through the pub sub test. Please pass. Oh, yeah. My bad. So register for signal. This is pub sub payload. Jams. Yeah, I make some games. I do everything. I'm a programmer. I always say that I'm not that great at programming, but I think at the very least, programming has helped me organize my thoughts a lot better. Because I guess like I kind of naturally gravitate towards this line of thinking. Naturally gravitate towards this line of thinking. So let me think. Emit signal, logger, rebroadcast. I would not, by the way, if you're actually looking at my games, I would not recommend playing anything besides, I don't know. Giant Horse Deathball, that's pretty good. Party rotations is an interesting idea I would like to go back to. Color Typewriter is not a game, but it's pretty cool nevertheless. It's actually not the most recent build either, but I thought this was neat. So it's, you know, just a color typewriter, etc., etc. So the color is based off of, or the hue is based off of the left to right position on your keyboard. The brightness is based off of how high on the keyboard you're pressing. Something like that. Look at that. I thought this was pretty neat. Even if no one else did. But the source code is available, etc. If you want to give it a spin. Yeah. I wrote my own programming language in Godot. I think it's the first one of its kind as well, but it gained no traction pretty much anywhere, even though it is like pretty much fully featured. I did see that there are other projects to like a project written in Rust to generate GD scripts, but it's like, why would you want to generate a GD script using Rust? That doesn't make any sense. So register for signal. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I need to tear all this out, basically. This all needs to go away. So I need to think about how these are going to work. So we'll do watch signals pub sub. We might need to do this like initially. So pub sub, add user signal. So this is just regular callback, I guess. And this will be other callback, or I guess signal and other signal. So signal, other signal. I wonder if it matters which order you go in, but that's the benefits of test-driven development, is that you don't need to guess. You can just write it out, test this one piece of code in isolation, and then see if it works. Give this a save. I need to look at both things at once because I'm not sure how this is supposed to work. Test class is my own local class. Let's just see if this runs. Okay, that's good. Also ran into 3 errors. That's good. Trying to add already existing signal other. What do you mean? Oh, I see. It's because when it sets up this stuff, both of these have an other signal. So if it's other, if the key is other, I actually need to introspect into other to set the data afterwards. So register with pub sub, and then there should be like a register all with pub sub. Or maybe just skip it if it's other, and then anything that's stored in other will not be tracked. Otherwise, that sounds pretty scary. Let's see, register signal. So if key is equal to other, then we'll need to run through every single signal and then do the same thing. Okay, I need to, I see where I messed up. Scary. Did I say something was scary? I don't know, I'm just kind of rambling to myself. I'm saying words are being said, but I'm not actually listening to what I'm saying. Wait, the music comes from here? Comes from here? Are you talking about the background music? Yeah, I do have like a very low background track running. Register all with pub sub. And then we'll have just a regular register signal. Or I guess it's just register key, register field with pub sub. Do okay, and then let's see. Let's see. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. There's a good way of doing this. So I either want to register the key directly, or in this case, if it's other, I don't want to register other. I want to register everything that's inside of other. So it's like register everything inside of the thing, if that makes any Maybe I don't need this. Maybe we can just do if key is equal to other, sure. Then for inner key in, oh geez, for metadata keys, metadata get as dictionary, metadata keys, and then if key is equal to other, then I want to do for inner key in metadata keys key, which means it's the other, which means then we just run through the same thing over and over again. Something like that. For inner key and metadata keys, so this is the other dictionary, then we'll do var result register signal, so it's just the key, and then pub sub register signal is just the signal name, yeah. And then I guess I might need to do if has signal, or I guess has user signal, has user signal. Is this different? Oh, interesting. Signal name. What's the difference? Does like has user signal, does it only listen for, well, yeah, it says it only listens for user defined signals, but does has signal, like has regular has signal, does it also listen for user signals or only built-in signals? Sub user signal already exists. So we'll do this. And then if result is error, then we'll just return result. All right, so I think I see what I need to do. I see the pattern. Register per signal, self, key, pub sub payload, no. Key. Custom callback. Metadata changed. All right, so I got to think about this. So given a dictionary, we can do for key in data keys, and then we'll just run this recursively, right? Yeah. Oh, but then this has the potential to like basically infinitely recurse if you have nested other. So if you have like base config, if you have something like other like this, then you'll recurse twice, which I don't think is a good idea. Maybe I should just ignore other, but I don't know. If key is equal to other, then we'll want to do var result is equal to register field with pub sub, and that'll take data key, something like that. Result is error. Yeah, I think this will work. Yeah. Else, we'll just do var result is equal to @manager pub sub register signal key. If result is error, then we'll just want to return the result so we can bubble it up. And then we'll do result is equal to am pub sub register for signal. You gotta think about that. Maybe register signal, or I guess maybe it should just be like add signal. Register signal or register for signal, add signal. Maybe it's like create signal or register. Yeah. Okay, that's what I'm gonna call it. So we'll do like create signal, and then this is like a register, which will now break a bunch of things. And then this one needs to be register. Just regular register. Yeah. I'm also missing something somewhere, but that's okay. This will be register, so we'll register for self key pub sub payload. Args key custom callback. Oh, and then it'll need to be data, and then it'll need the callback. Where a callback is, you know, what it says. You'll hit a function, and then once that function is done being hit, it'll give you a callback. Yeah. My bad, my Wi-Fi crashes when it's late for me. There's no worries. I'm still gonna be here, keeping myself company. So I think I can do this. Gotta go now. Thank you for your work as always. Oh, no, thank you very much for, once again, for the kind words and for tuning in. Much appreciated. I hope to get this entire rewrite done by Friday. So this is kind of taking the place of my normal work week since I don't have work today. Yeah, but take it easy. Register field with pub sub. So register field with pub sub. This should be, or it's not register field, it's like register. We'll call this pub sub registration. Or it's like register configs with pub sub. And then this is register data with pub sub. Register config data with pub sub. Yeah, I'm trying to do this in such a way that I don't get confused later. But I think there's not really a great way around it. Yeah. Bar result is equal to register config data register, call it all configs. Register all configs, and then register config data. Yeah, okay. So then this will be metadata get as dictionary. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Pass in the expected callback, which is metadata changed. Yeah, something like that. And then we'll do the same thing for model config. If result is error, then we'll just return result. So we bubble it up. If result, something like that, and then that should be fine. This is still broken. Let's see here. There's create signal register. This has already been fixed. Yeah, okay. So let's see. What am I doing here? So it's test class. No, it should be pub sub connect signal test class. Or actually, we don't want to do that. We want to do pub sub register test class. So we can do on callback, I guess. On callback. We'll just call that signal callback as well. So we'll be using the default values. So callback. Yeah, okay. So that should be fine, and then we'll have an example of passing in arguments and just a bunch of other things. Oh, and then I can do like a register, and then like a broadcast signal, right? Broadcast signal, which makes it a lot easier on my side, I think. So we can have signal name, and then I don't know if that's a good idea. Emit signal name, and then we can add in arguments. So usually you would just do it like that, but if we no. I guess this is okay. Other okay, let's just keep it simple for now. Let's keep it simple for now. Other callback. Var last callback, and then we'll also count the args as well. Var args. something. So this is last callback. So this will take some data, or I guess arg0, arg1, and then the, I guess it's just arg0, and then, yeah, just arg, and then the key, which is a string. So args, append, arg, something like this. So I need, what I want to do is verify that these all work. What is this problem? What is your problem? It's expected end of statements. Am I missing something? Oh, func, not var, func. Key is equal to parameter key. Yeah, there we go. So we'll register the test class for several things. So this will be registered for the other signal with a pub sub payload of just other callback, I guess. Other callback. Nothing fancy needs to be included there because we don't need to send any args. The last one though needs to be fancy, which is the one that we'll be using the most often, which is, let's call it last signal, right? Doesn't matter. Pub sub register test class last signal. Usually you would want to also like store these in variables so that you know that you're getting this correct. But that's, what a pain. You know, it's a test. It's a test, so I feel like in tests, it's okay to repeat yourself. Callback. Callback. There we go. Pub sub payload should be using callback, which means that this needs to be using callback as well. So callback is equal to last callback. Args is equal to test arg. I guess this should be called like test key, right? Right. So you register with all of these, and then we can hit it with pub sub emit signal callback, and then we'll see if this works. Is there a emit like user signal as well? Emit? Nope. Assert signal emit count for a pub sub. Callback should be exactly 1. Let's just see where we're at. I feel like I've been typing for a while, but I haven't been testing. Okay. Custom callback doesn't exist. That makes sense. Register. This should be called callback. One of these. Yeah, okay. Give it another try. Ooh, baby. We did run into an error. Error calling method from signal callback on callback. Method expected 1 argument called was 0. That makes sense because I didn't define any signals. That's good. So that's okay. assert equals test class callback count is equal to 1. Give me another try. Put me back in coach. I love it. I think this is a good system. Oh, hello Nova. Hello, how are you? Streaming early today. Yes, I am. I have this entire week off. Not to brag or anything. So I've decided, what if I just like work on this application and try to race for the finish? Since we're almost done, it just needs one more rewrite. So we are unit testing pretty much everything. So we can run the entire test suite. Ooh, okay. We're starting to run into a few errors. That's okay. Okay, only 3 failing. That's not too bad. I did change a bunch of stuff. I just refactored how my pub sub works. Test model config. Is test model config still printing out everything? It totally is. Okay. Unit test? Yeah. It's something I slacked a lot on during the initial write-up of this. Or I guess not just the initial write-up, but every single rewrite after that, because I just wasn't sure what exactly I wanted the application to look like. So now that I know, of a greater understanding of how to architect the program, how things should flow around, aka fully plugin based, now I can start doing like test-driven development stuff. So I have tests for pretty much all my model classes, which is nice. Although I do have a few errors. We'll ignore the errors for now. So I'll need to see. Let's see, debounce. Oh, is it only? Oh, it's only in the debounce. That's good. Okay, cool. As long as it's only the debounce thing that's not working, I can live with this. But yeah, something that I learned today is that you can actually add signals at runtime, which is really cool. I didn't realize you could do that. Yeah, so instead of having just a large list of signals to pick from or going with a more traditional pub sub pattern, instead what I'm doing is that each thing that potentially could have a callback or might want to have a callback will need to register itself with the pub sub. So for example, with our configs, we'll run through every single config key and then just register it with the pub sub. It'll be beautiful. And then after that, then it's just up to each plugin to decide which things they want to listen for. Didn't know that either. Yeah, it's kind of a weird thing because there's actually this. I've never noticed this before, but there's has signal. So the GD script has a lot of introspection, which is nice. But I've never noticed this difference before. Like has signal and has user signal. I was like, wait a minute, what's the difference? And then when I was reading up on the Goot asserts and methods, which is what I'm using for Godot unit test, it's actually pretty sick. But for Goot, or gut, whatever you want to call it, I like calling it Goot. Where is it? It's one of these. Yeah, add user signal. I was like, wait a minute, is this like a gut thing, or is this like a built-in? And it's, oh, it's a built-in thing. You can do that. Didn't realize you could do that. So now I'm trying to pivot towards that because that's a bit better. Let me see. This is good. I wonder if this doesn't... Does this work if you do it in this reverse order? I need to stop running them all at the same time though. Test pub sub. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so when you call watch signals, it only calls watch signals on the signals that already exist. So you need to add all of these first. Interesting. Anyways, pub sub emit signal. Good thing that signals are all strings, at least in Godot 3. I'm pretty sure signals in Godot 4 are slightly different, although I think you can still access them as strings. But signals in Godot 4 should be just first class like fields. Other callback arg. Let's see. Other callback arg is equal to k. Pub sub emit signal. Let's see. So last signal. We'll pass in an arg. I don't know. We'll just call it 1. No. Call it arg. Arg 0. Call this twice, and we'll call this other one. So now, the bigger problem is that I no longer get code completion, but that's okay. There's pluses and minuses to doing things dynamically rather than, I guess, doing them all ahead of time. But that's okay. I think the flexibility is what I prefer, unfortunately. Yeah. So remember back when I first designed the pub sub, or as it was used to be known, the signal broadcaster, I thought that having code completion would be nice, but as it turned out, I rarely ever used the code completion anyways. So now I have pivoted back. I've come back around to the idea of, what if we just assume, and then we'll just write tests to catch everything else. Callback count to assert signal, boom, boom, emit counts. Let's see. So we're looking for other signal. Oh, pub sub should be emitted once. Assert equals. Yeah. These streams are not going to be super interesting, by the way. It's just going to be me like puzzling out how to make sensible changes plus writing a bunch of unit tests. So I apologize ahead of time. Other callback arg. So we want to check other callback counts is equal to 1. Then assert equals test class other callback arg is equal to test. There's something calming right now after today's headaches. It's super calming for me. Glad you find this calming. Headaches. I suppose, how was your day then? Was it... I'm assuming you didn't have a super fantastic day. Hopefully it was still an above average day. Maybe in terms of headaches, maybe, but... Assert equals test class callback count is equal to 2. Assert equals test class key is equal to, what was the key I originally set it to? Test key. Assert has test class args has arg0 and then arg1. Client decided to start a massive user onboarding process today without telling me. Sends the user's wrong login credentials. Oh baby. Were you blamed for it? That's my favorite part. It's like, you know, clients can do whatever they want, just you know, as long as you don't blame me for any of the shortcomings. Pub sub, please work. Yes, it works. Nice. Now I just need to fix test app manager. Not really blame, but expected to fix it all. It's tough. That's tough. Isn't that just, that's like blamed with extra steps though, isn't it? Yep, yeah. So init result is error. Ooh, did something break? Oh, it's when it doubled. Oh. Hold on. This doesn't seem right. Because it's doubled, so it doesn't have any of these. Oh no, okay. I see why this is broken. I see why this is broken. So this can't be doubled, this needs to be partially doubled. But then I need to, I guess we can partial double and see if that just works. Oh, and then we need to stub out several things as well. Okay. So stub cm load data to, is it, never thought I'd hear myself utter the phrase, I need to set up some sort of support ticketing system. Do you have a, I don't know, I mean, are you represented by a company or are you independent? I suppose, like, as long as your contract allows for them, you can just send them an extension. My favorite part. Well, I suppose that's not actually my favorite part, because I am not independent, but I do get to complain to someone else who is eligible to send support extensions. So what is this one? Stub to return. Yeah, why didn't my stub here work? To return result, okay. Something like that. And then I need to stub out register all configs with pub sub as well. So stub cm this thing to return result, okay. Independent self-employment is usually fun, but then there these days. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. Although isn't the nice part about being independent as well as, like, as long as you like work somewhat harder, depending on your contract as well. I shouldn't talk as if I know. I don't. I've always been a, some may say, a hired gun. So I don't make as much money, but I also don't need to worry about any of the contract stuff. CM save. Non-existent function save. Okay, so this actually changes. This is save data. We don't actually want to save data, so I need to stub that out as well. Oh, there's so much stuff I need to stub. So load data, save data. Oh, okay. All red. All red. So 9 passing, 3 failing. It looks like there's a lot more than 3 failing though. So this is debounce, save, pass. Expected save to have been called on reference, double of config manager. Yeah. So register. Oh, I see. To do nothing. Nothing. Might need to do this. So I don't want these to actually do anything. Maybe I should just use a regular double at this point. Are you not allowed to do this? Maybe this is... Maybe this is wrong. Ooh. Load data. Head. Ooh. Where in the call process? Can I stub out inits as well? Because load data seems to be breaking. Why is this? This happens sometimes. Like I couldn't stub, I couldn't partial double at manager either. Because you can't simulate it for some reason. But here, maybe these conflict with each other? I'm familiar with spies and doubles and whatever from Java, but okay. Same 3 failing, which is presumably because of, I actually don't know. So the problem is a init. Oh, I see. I can do this, which is the same thing I was doing before, really. So if we are in a test environment, don't do any of this, basically. So that might be a bit easier to control. All right, well, at least we didn't crash, but expected save to have been called on reference. Calls made on reference, save data. Oh, it's we're looking for save data. Sorry. Save data, save data, save data. All right, cool. And then we'll run all tests one more time, although this does feel very fragile. What are the 3 errors? Okay. Interpolation data. Okay. Let's think. So interpolation data, this also needs to change. So I think what I can do, because I just hold on to the listen values anyways, there's 2 matches. Okay, we can do app manager, pub sub, register question mark, and then we'll register ourselves for signal I, which is whatever the value in listen values is, and then pass in a pub sub payload of I need to think. So args key, or no, args I, and then callback needs to be model config data changed. What a weird API. And then because of how I've structured this as well. Oh no. What do you mean? Pub sub payload doesn't match the function's expected argument type pub sub payload. What? It does. What are you talking about? Yeah. Okay. Because of how we're doing this, we actually need to reverse these. Interpolation data seems to be kind of broken. So let's open it back up and see if it fixed itself. This happens sometimes. Okay, register call argument 3. Arguments type pub sub payload doesn't match the function's expected argument type pub sub payload. Okay, close. Open it again. Static typing. Why must you do me dirty like this? Interpolation data. Did you fix yourself? Maybe. Possibly. Seems fixed. And then we'll just run all one more time. Okay. Oh, now everything is broken. Okay. Because of how we're doing this, the normal order in which you would expect like fields to be passed is actually backwards. But I don't know of a better way to do this, like dynamically. Right, because of how, I guess I need to be able to link keys back to values. 228 tests already, nice. Well, it's 228 asserts, not quite 228 tests. It's close. It's close. But I do have, let me see how many tests I have. I've a pretty good amount of tests actually. So I have 3, 7, 9, 14. I have 14 tests, which is a pretty good amount of tests, I guess, considering that there's not that many files in the entire program. Oh, baby. Oh, and this doesn't exist, right? Yeah. So take that out. Give it a full run through. We should only see one error, which is a parsing error, which is intentional. Nice, let's go. And I think it all works. We can even try in test interpolation data. So all of these are just calling this value directly, but what I could do is we can do, I suppose it's, is it just listening? Yeah, it should just be listening for the global pub sub on a init. Yeah, so this is app manager pub sub emit signal. Bone interpolation rate. And then we'll set it to some value, probably half. 220 asserts across 14 tests is pretty decent. I always forget to say tests. Asserts. Yeah, it's all right. It's like the same thing. Interpolation rates, it should be equal to 0.5 Actually, how is this handled? Yeah, I know that you can get really fancy with this stuff too because of how Goot works. It's very similar to, I guess if you do a lot of Java programming, it's very similar to Makito. So you have spies, you have doubles, you have mocks. All very nice things. So I guess instead of using like Java reflection, you have just Godot reflection, which is also nearly as powerful, although you can only use it for GD scripts. I suppose like in other languages, like C#, you would just be able to use your own, like C#'s equivalent, I guess. Yeah, it's a neat library though. And actually for this application here, it's just been running, yeah. Look at that. Goots, you can also set it up so you have it just running in your CI build, although I don't think we have logs anymore. Do we have logs? We might have logs. Yeah, we do. Cool. Mostly PHP, JavaScript over here. Ooh, JavaScript. PHP, take it or leave it. Although I have never written, or I never had to work really in a professional capacity with PHP. JavaScript I absolutely hated though. I feel like languages that are harder to write, it's almost like it's like it filters out like the worst programmers. So I remember on one project, like they gave us a bunch of Java programmers to help supplement our team, but none of them could work, so we just rejected everybody from the client. They were their client's own people, but they were like clients, another consulting company that were also contracted with the client, but they're like, now you're part of Tim's team. But none of them could write Java, so we were like, okay, sorry. Give us someone better. But my experience with like people who write JavaScript, I guess like that level, like the lowest common denominator level, it's just all copy and paste stuff. Like you could take any one of their files and then like paste it into Google and you'll get an exact result. JavaScript is pretty yucky. PHP is getting better. Laravel, yeah. Laravel, I think, what is it? MongoDex uses Laravel, doesn't it? I'm glad that MongoDex doesn't show my latest updates because I don't know what the latest updates are. And I think Godot's CMS, like for the asset store, and I think just their regular website uses Winter CMS, which is a PHP thingy. Did I already test all these? Nice. So only one warning. What was the warning actually? We don't want any warnings in our tests. Test. One warning. Yeah. Is there a test that doesn't have? You know what? I think there is a test that doesn't have any asserts. Although I don't see anything here. Oh jeez. Please. Copy. I just completely missed the copy button. Where's the warning? There's one warning. Warnings. I have no idea. I'm pretty sure I know where the warning is. It's in Config Manager because this had no tests in it whatsoever, right? Test. What are we testing for the Config Manager? What's even in Config Manager? So we have load data, save data, set data, get data. So I guess we want to test set data, maybe. We don't need to have the init anymore, which is nice. This is a warning. This is a warning. This concludes the warning. Warning, you have been warned. This concludes the warning. My favorite kind of warning. Or potentially also my favorite kind of error message, like error, there was an error. I used to write error messages like that, just like, all right, this is wrong. I'm like, what? Who wrote this? This has given me like no actionable information. Look at the commit history. Oh, I wrote this. Good job, me. So test, get data, pass. And I'll need to implement loading data and saving data. Well, I guess I don't need to implement saving data. I will need to, I guess, make room for a temp file. Or possibly also set a different environment variable. Because I do also have the concept of an env. It's almost like a .env that you might see in like Node or something. So we just try to look for the environment variable. Currently it's set to VSS env, which I believe I'm currently passing that in my CI build, although I don't remember. Godot tests. Yeah. I remember. I will need to change this because now there's like a few different environments. There's like local test and then there's like CI test. I'll need to be more specific. .env it's similar to .env. It's not really the same, although I don't know. Isn't this like this is like the same functionality? Same functionality as .env, right? Aren't they? Isn't it just looks in your env for your env variables? I don't do too much node development anymore. So config manager var cm config manager. So before each, we'll just create a new config manager. Let's see. Pretty much not just for Node. There's analogs for all sorts. Yeah, there's like a Go env. I've seen that package before. PyEnv. Don't use. Well, PyEnv is for managing Go versions, isn't it? No. I'm thinking of something completely different. Yeah. PyEnv and RBEnv, RubyEnv are for managing interpreter versions. The life of a Java developer is hard. And also easy because everything is always just tagged to Java 8. So this is get data, cm. We'll do some initial setup. So we'll do model config, I don't know, description is equal to test description. CM model config. You'll almost never need to access data like this. Nested dictionary. One of the first things I do for clients is fish out any hard-coded stuff like API keys and pop them into something akin to .env. Yeah. It's surprising how often people do that. Yeah. Although I understand why it happens, right? It's like I'll just do this for like development purposes, and then it's no longer just development purposes anymore. Because you need to work fast. Code fast and deploy faster. Alright, so here we go. What we're going to do is just hit it with a bunch of assert equals. So assert equals cm get data. Oh, okay. I don't have get nested data. implemented at this level. Although that would be kind of cool to do. And then hire someone like me to comb it all over. Fantastic. You don't even need to build in your own job security by just writing garbage. One of the nice parts about consulting is that you have 2 layers of job security. One, pretty much all programmers are predisposed to writing spaghetti. So then you have the client's programmers who are writing spaghetti, and then you have yourself who's also writing spaghetti. And thus you become ever more entrenched in your project. Get data description should be equal to test description. I think I'm gonna re-implement, or it's not re-implementing, right? But it's implementing get nested data. So this is just a wrapper function. So these all have their own get data things as well. But config manager holds both my metadata and my model config, or the current model config, really. So then these wrapper functions just try to figure out where the data is that you're looking for. So you don't need to think about it, which might be a bad thing. Get nested data. This is more of like a query. I might want to change this into like query data as opposed to like get nested data. But I guess query data almost has like a different connotation. It's probably closer to like find data. Yeah, you know what? Find data. That's a good one. That's a good one. I like that one. Where's my fair share of spaghetti? Yeah. Funny how all programmers are connoisseurs of Italian cooking, huh? Yeah, query nested data, nah. I think, because it's very close to actually how Godot names these things, right? So you can do like a find. Actually, find node doesn't take a node path. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna call this find data. So, I think that's okay. So this is find data. Hit it with a replace. Should probably hit this with a test, run all. 2 errors. Well, okay, that's fine. 1 error plus 1 warning, but we don't worry about that. Yeah, find data implies that it'll be slower, because it is going to be way slower, because look at this. It's similar to how you can specify a node path in Godot by just doing like node, 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 separated by forward slashes. I've written a way that you can find data that's nested inside of multiple containers using a similar system. But it is very expensive, since you do need to basically hold on to like a stack. I'm actually not sure if that's a good idea or not. Maybe I shouldn't be holding on to a stack. Maybe I should just be popping and pushing it. Or yeah, push and popping it into the container. So it's basically just like a temporary holder. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I'll think about it. Model config, find data, and we'll just pass in the query. Then if value is not null, then we'll return value. So it's almost exactly the same API, or the same block of code as get data. Val is equal to metadata, find data, query, if val is not null, return value. Otherwise, we'll just log an error. So key not found in model config and metadata. Yeah, something interesting that I found out, by the way, which is what prompted like a really big let me finish this thought. Value not found for query. Yeah, something I found out somewhat recently is that when Godot, so when you're exporting your project to start with, right, you have an option to export it as like compiled bytecode. So I always thought that just meant like your code is also like pre-optimized at that point. But as it turns out, that's not true. That's not true. I found an old article that said that like GDScript is like surprisingly fast for like a language that's not optimized. I was like, wait a minute. What does that mean? And that means that it's not optimized even if you do pre-compile it to bytecode, which means that my idea of having everything being hot loaded in or live loaded in, whatever you want to call it, means that I'm not sacrificing any like execution speed. It just takes a little longer to load, but that's okay. We can take a little long to load, as long as it runs as fast like as it would normally, which is neat. Which is why I'm trying to restructure everything to be fairly generic. Invalid search query. Yeah, it's good to know. Yeah. I mean, you'll almost always want to, I guess, not load things in at runtime, but I don't know. It does make modding a lot easier. As long as you have the tools, or you expose the necessary stuff for modders. Because everything is already interpreted. Okay, so there's your config manager. Test config manager. Cert equals cm find data. So this is nested dictionary, nested array. We'll grab the first value, and then this should be equal to 10. Yeah. So run me. One test failure. Null expected to equal 10. Oh, this needs to go through. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. So other. Although I wonder if you hold on. Doesn't this break? Doesn't this find data breaks when you Actually, no, it might not break. It might not break if I do this. So we do cm metadata, because I bias towards the model config whenever possible. But if you have something like this, I'm kind of wondering what happens. Cm metadata. Other nested dictionary. Hello is equal to world. So then what happens here? One of the fun bits of doing test-driven development is that this is easy to check. I wonder if this will work. Oh baby, it still works. I think it does throw an error though. Yeah, invalid search query. Fair enough. So it's somewhat incorrect, but still close enough. Now, I think something that might be unexpected is if you do, well, no, that's not possible, right? Because you get data only looks for one field deep, but nested dict is 2 fields deep. It's inside of other. Okay, so that's not something I need to worry about. Nice. And then we'll do get set. So then we'll also just set data. So set data, there is no such thing as like a find set data. That would be very strange. I'm not sure how you would implement that. You would, if I wanted to do the same thing as get data and find data with set data. So set data, it works based off of a single key or a single field inside of the model config or metadata config, which both extend base config. So that just looks like this. It only goes one field deep when you want to use the setter directly. However, if I wanted to emulate find data, so if you wanted to set like nested data, how would I do that? I'm intrigued. You would need to do the same thing. You want to find data that has been set by set data specifically? No, I want to set data, but like in the same way as, I guess, this, where you pass in a path. So if you have ultra nested data that you want to set a specific value on, I think that would be neat to have an API to allow for accessing that. Although at that point, you might as well start looking into using a real database, maybe. That's okay. Maybe it's not necessary. CM set data, and then setting known data, a model config, or metadata in that search order, which makes sense. So set description, other description. Something like that, and then we'll just assert equals CM get data description is equal to this. All right. I wonder if that's possible. But then what would that, how would you name that even? So like set data is really easy, but query data, find set nested data. No, I don't want to do that. I suppose what I could do is just have an optional param to find data, and then that would be your nested setter getter. Yeah, that could work. And then it would always just return a value as well, which is the newly modified data. I'm not sure if that's a good idea, so let's just run all really quickly just to make sure. All right, one warning. Don't know what the warning is still. Still don't know what the warning is. Yep, no idea. Or I wonder, oh no, this is wrong. This output is wrong. This is warnings and errors. There is one error, which is expected. It's a little misleading. But anyways, we'll push this. All of this stuff is on a branch, by the way. So, you know, you ever wanted to peek at what I've been working on, it's all available here. Git and git commit refactor pub sub. Add more test cases. Yeah. It's a warning that there's an error. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I suppose, yeah, there's a warning that there's an error, but this is like an expected error. Like I intentionally passed in bad data and then wanted to test that I actually handled the error correctly, which was a success. I believe was in base config. Yeah. So I know where the error originates from. It originates from here, where we try to parse a bad string. So the Godot throws an internal error there, which I guess Goots picks up and then just kind of deposits here as well. So new value equals null, and then we can do if new value is not null, then r dot. How do you get the last one without popping it? It's just r size minus 1 is equal to. No, that's not how that works. I'm thinking. How would you, so given ultra nested data, given like very, very nested data, so going off of like good string 0, that's how I think I'm doing it, using size. Yeah. Well, what I'm thinking is how do I get back to the start? So this is the value. I suppose we could also just do like else. So if else. Hold on. So else, whatever. And then we'll figure it out from there. But this is the new value, which is new value. Phenomenal. Then we need to walk backwards, I think. So we'll do for I in R. Great variable names. Yeah, because R is the kind of tree, kind of the hierarchy that we walk through in order to find the value. So then if I just walk through the hierarchy one more time, maybe I need to walk through the hierarchy backwards. Yeah. I think I need to walk through it backwards. Maybe. In order to set everything one more time. Yeah. So for I, so this is now the index. So index in range R size minus 1 to 0, and it's non-inclusive, I believe. So range turns an array with a given range. It can be one argument n to 0 to n minus 1. That's correct. 2 arguments, final minus 1. Wait a minute. 3 arguments, final minus 1 by the increments. So this should be 2, because I don't want to process the last one. Because I don't want to process self. That doesn't make any sense. For index in range, or maybe I do want to process self. So we'll do var value, right, is equal to our index. So I don't know what it is, but we'll be starting with the final value. And then I'm thinking. Oh, but I don't have the associated key that they have either. So all these values are passed by reference. So maybe, hold on. Maybe I'll just get the second to last value and set it. Yeah, so this is r minus 2 is equal to new value, something like that. And then we can give this a test in test base config. So that's get data, get as dictionary, then there's round trip. All right, let's try this out on this level. So that's round trip, print pass, get data fail, func test, set data pass. So base config. I think this should be valid in pretty much every circumstance because yeah, as long as I always, no. I need the last value. I need the last value in keys in order to, this is tough. I'm gonna let you finish up last month's invoices and whatnot. Well, thanks for hanging out, much appreciated. Good luck with your work stuff and the invoices and such. I'll be here just puzzling some stuff out. So you always need a query. You always need a query. I suppose we should just bail out if we don't have, if query is empty. Yeah, I guess I didn't test that just yet for find data. So if keys is empty, then we should just return null. So this is pretty much the same thing, right? That makes sense. Assert equals BC1 find data. We just pass in some garbage. Or no, this should be assert null. Let's give this a try. That's config file. Let's see, base data, base config, sorry. All right, that's good. A few errors. Maybe not. Maybe yes? Yeah, okay. Invalid query. Done. Yep, that's all good. And then if you do something like this, like you pass in some garbage, will this break? Oh baby, it's so good. Now, when we want to set data, so we'll do get set data pass. Let's see, how would I set data on this? I guess it would be the last key. So var value is equal to r size minus 2. I want the second to last key. And then we'll do, I guess we'll just need to match on type of value. So I can guarantee that we won't have any objects, but that's probably still fine. So what do dictionaries have, by the way? So on a dictionary, we'll have We don't have setters on the dictionary. Okay. That's fine. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Which means that we access this in the same way pretty much every single time, unless it's an object. Yeah, so I guess if you are single layer, you've called find data with a, I guess just like a super basic query, aka a single level query. I guess this will still work. So let's do get data, find data. That should still be the same thing. So let's try that one more time. Wrote some invalid code really quickly. Ignore that. Oh, interesting. So null expected to equal not other value at line 99. Interesting. So line 99, if you send in a query that doesn't have anything in it, what happened? We got 4 errors, that's fine. Invalid search query, other key. For key index, current container, and then the key is keys type of. We'll just try to get the value. Okay. So how does this work then? This should have worked, yeah? So split, delimiter, blah, blah. Okay. Container get value is not null, then we'll append the value. I guess search query was empty. Search query was empty. And then this is invalid search query. So maybe I just need to improve my logging and then I'll figure it out. Yeah. So key not found. Invalid search query. So there was just key not found. Wait. Invalid search query. So key not found is good. Invalid search query other key doesn't make sense though. So hold on. Print keys really quickly. What do we got? So other key, invalid search query, other key. So for key index and keys dot size, that's 1, so that's 0 to 1, so we should hit 0 at least 1. If value is not null, should be other key. Wait, the other data stored in other is accessed at lower priority. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Am I dumb? Am I dumb? Have I completely forgotten how this works? No. No, this is correct. Yeah. The problem here is that good print bc1 to string. Problem here is that other key blah blah. I don't know. I feel like that should have worked, but I don't really have a great way of stepping through it either. Or I know what I would need to do if I wanted to step through the code, but I don't really want to step through it at this point in time. Let's just re-implement this really quick. So this is its type object. If it's type object, then we want to do value set. Then the key is going to be var key is equal to keys is there no way to grab the last one? Okay, I guess we can just grab the last one like this, size -1. So do key value. If it's a type array or type dictionary, then we'll do value key new value. New value. Something like that. So we grab the second to last thing in the chain, although we should never ever hit object, I guess. Let's see, if we ever hit this part, then this is, we should never fall through. It's probably important, so we'll do an am logger error unable to set nested value. Which is this, boom, query new value, something like that. Then new value needs to be stringified as best as possible. Which is good. That's okay. This is wrong. Test base config. Why doesn't that work? So if you have just a single length query, like I can see from the test output that we are, like it is working. It does try to search and then presumably fails after that. Type of current container is object. If key is equal to other key, print, well, I don't know. Print keys, print key. Let's see, what does this give me? Yeah. So key not found ASDF. We're looking for other key. So yeah, other key. We printed it here. Current container gets key. Yeah. Equals value. Yeah. And then it says invalid search query other key. Oh, is it because it tried to split it and then there's an additional split? So it tried to split too many times? No. See, this one is of size 1. If val is not null, then print string val. Then we'll also just want to print the keys again. It's the worst way of debugging, for sure. So, other key, 1. So it is null. Interesting. And then the current container should be an object. So we'll just print out current container. I'll try to stringify it as well. Just the normal amount of errors. That's good. So other key. So that is, oh, everything is inside of other? But then how do the other ones work? Or does everything else just run through other? Is that how that works? Wait a minute. I'm thinking. Huh. So not other value. So when we try to find data, other key, it'll data stored in other is accessed at a lower priority. Wait a minute, am I dumb? Oh, wait, everything in other gets overwritten. Is that how I drew it up? So parse data, blah, blah, blah. Or is it, I don't know, I've never had it crash on this before. So if we run through parse dictionary, so we parse data, blah, blah. If get key is not null, then we'll do the thing. Otherwise, we'll just set it there. Does the order change? Or does the order matter here? Let me give that a try. I'm having a bad feeling about this. I feel like maybe the order actually matters now. So if we switch this around, boom, boom. There we go. So we do good string here. Base config new. We'll do assert true. BC2 parse string. Good string 2. It's okay. Just make sure that we're able to parse in place. So I'll make sure that's okay. Then we'll assert equals BC2 get data other key is equal to not other value. I have a bad feeling about this. I feel like this might be wrong. Oh no, it is. Oh no. It is based off of order. Okay, so that's a bug. Interesting. Interesting. let's see. So finding data requires the full path. Okay, but let me add a note to good string. So this is the equal to good string 0 except the order of other is flipped. Okay, so now I need to make this deterministic so that we always prefer or I guess anything in other should not be overwriting, I guess. So if something in other already exists, well, yeah, I guess this is an edge case, huh? I guess this is an edge case. Or maybe I need to parse other first. So our first run through, we parsed other, and then, yeah. Our first run through, we should parse through all the other stuff. And then the second run through, we parse everything except for others so that we always overwrite the other key. So here we can change this to if data has other, then we'll explicitly parse other first. Parse dictionary. So this will be data other. Result, this should just be equal to a big result. Boom. Result. So these will all just use the same result. The result is error. Then we'll return result, just so we bubble up the error as fast as possible. If key is equal to other, then we should pass, or we should continue, rather. Data, do we want to erase that key though? Or we can have a flag. Instead of actually modifying the dictionary, we can just have a flag instead. So skip other, which is a Boolean. So false. And then this one, parse data. Wait. If data has other and skip other. Or if not skip other, yeah. If not skip other and data has other, then we need to parse. Wait. Wait. That means you never parse this dictionary though. But if you don't do this correctly, then you potentially have something that's out of order. Key is other. I guess we need to just parse. Oh no, we need to hit this with the parse data. We need to hit this with the parse data, not parse dictionary. So parse data. Data other, and then this will be parsed into a dictionary, because you can have multi-parsed or multi-level dictionaries, or multi-nested. Data. All right, does this make sense? Yes, because this one is not recursive. Parse dictionary is not recursive. Yes. Which means that this should now be more deterministic. Invalid get index hello on base dictionary. So other BC0 only has these. So other has been clobbered. Wait a minute. Okay. Oh, I see. Then I need to actually use the result here. Yeah. If result is error, then just we'll bail out early, I suppose. Then here we can do, it's just other. Other is equal to results unwrap, maybe? That should probably be close. Yes, let's go. He's done it. And then let's run all. I think that's good. Yeah. Have a lot of kind of garbage prints, it looks like. I don't remember why. Oh, no, it's because of find data, this one. So that's okay. So we can run everything one more time. No failures, oh baby. I guess now we need to do setting and getting data. So this one we can get rid of because we're just rolling this into the other one. Tests. Or I guess the order of keys is flipped. So we want to try to deterministically parse the file. So I think this solves that problem. But now in test, well, test metadata, get data pass. Let's see, did I actually, wait, hold on. Test base config. Did I actually do any setting here or no? Okay, so let's do BC2 set data, other key, and then in set data, what does this do? It's single layer, so that's okay. Set data, ASDF, and then we can assert equals. Assert equal BC2 get data, other key should be equal to ASDF. Yeah, look at that. Run it one more time. That's good. And then we can also do that was good string 2. Good string 2. Test, we can, yeah, let's try doing BC2. Find data. Test. Changed. Assert equal BC2. Find data. Well, let's just do get data to start with. Get data. Test is equal to changed. Yeah, something like that. Okay. So did this not work? What does it say in the outputs? Key not found. Invalid search query test. Okay, so it's still not able to, oh no, it has to be the full path, my bad. This always needs to be full path if you want to, no, maybe not. Null expected to equal changed at line 144. Interesting. Or no. Wait a minute. No, I'm reading this completely incorrectly. No. So there's one failure. Line 144, value is supposed to be equal to changed. But value is the initial value, which means that in output, invalid search query test. Oh, it's because this is wrong. Let's do other. Maybe I should call this like find set value instead of just like whatever the heck this is. So like set data. Find data. Or maybe it's like find data get, find data set. Yeah, maybe I should, the naming nomenclature is kind of confusing. Optionally change the data if a new value is provided. No, I think we're just gonna do it like that. It's not something that should be used very often, but it could be used. Yeah, also optionally, the value must already exist. Yeah. Okay. I think that's okay. Test metadata. We can do something similar. So we can do MD1 find data. Yeah, I think I've already tried doing find data on like a direct path. So assert equals MD1 find data, or not a direct path, but just like a single layer path, single thingy query. Default model path should be equal to path, like so. Let's give model query a run. Well, we'll just run everything really quick. All right, everything's passing, so okay. Nice. And then MD1 find data default model path, changed path, and insert equals md1 find data default model path is equal to changed path. Where was it? Metadata. Nice. So we ran through all the things. 18 asserts. Is that true? 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18. That makes sense. Cool. Look at that. We're adding new features all the time. All right, so git commit fix finding and setting for config files. Go ahead and push that. Let me clear out my email because I'm pretty sure I'm just getting a million run failures. Yeah, I'm getting a bunch of run failures from Godot. Let's see. Yeah, I think that feels pretty good though. It feels pretty good. Oh no, and now we've entered normal stream territory, or normal streaming hours territory. I didn't even notice it's already 7:20. All right. Well, what else needs to be tested? Pub sub, fairly well tested, I think. Config manager, it's still needs a lot more, actually, now that I remember. So there's get set data, so you can get data, set data. Oh, that's what I was doing beforehand, was adding find data to this. So new value equals null, and then we'll just pass along null if we're ever using this. New value. And so this will always return null if you're using this syntax. Wait. Wait a minute. Elif new value is not null. We'll just return null. Elif new value is not null. Return null. There we go. I guess it's not actually a return. No, we'll just return null, right? That's okay. Or actually, we can return okay, right? So in base config, instead of returning null here, we can just return like okay. And then this can also return okay. Wait, actually, no. Yeah, because we always return some value, if we ever get a null value, we can always assume that something broke. But then this value, find data, might not. Okay, so yeah. So, turns okay on success. Then this one, find data, it's a wrapper. Wrapper for setting known data in model, config, or metadata in that search order. uses the find data method getting, setting, known data in that search order. Uses the find data method, which is very slow. Does not return OK on success if setting data. And then get data here, that's just a wrapper as well. Wrapper for getting data in model config or metadata in that search order. Yeah. Okay. Let's run it all one more time, just so I can make sure I'm not crazy. Sometimes it's hard for me to remember. Was I ever sane in the first place? Yeah. Anyways, back to config manager. Let's do cm find data. So assert equals cm find data. This should be other nested dictionary, nested array 1. Oh, I've already done that. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Doesn't this breaks? Doesn't this break if it's a... This breaks if you're trying to set something on an array, doesn't it? Yeah, doesn't this break if it's on... If you try to set a value that's on an array? Have I tested that? I guess I'll be testing it now. Type average. Oh, maybe that's okay. I don't know. Maybe it's okay. we can try. So that value is 10. Now we can set it to 20. Or no. There's an error. Assert equals. Oh, sorry. So cm find data other nested dictionary nested array 1 is equal to 20, something like that, and then we can test it here. I think this might break. Yeah. Invalid set index on base array with value of type. Wait, what? Isn't that is correct, right? Key 1 value is an array. Invalid set index 1 on base array with value of type integer? Or is it because... Oh, is this... Oh, it's an integer. Oh, I see. So this actually does need to be broken up into integer type dictionary, right? So we can do type dictionary, which is the same idea, right? But this needs to be cast to an integer. And then we'll run all. Beautiful. It's so good. It's so good. Find data. Let's see. What's I really don't like this nomenclature though of find data being used to as a setter and a getter. Maybe we can do set. It's like set nested, right? But I like the difference between like get data and find data. But then there's query find data set. Or what if we change it to, like, I like how this works now, but base config, what if we have like like this is the initial implementation, then we have find data get, which is just a query, gives you something back, right? And then there's find data set, which takes the same query, but then also a new value, which must exist. Yeah. I think we can do that. But then we need to do probably return a result as well at that point. So then return result, okay. Whereas find data get, yeah, I guess for like the more complicated ones, we might as well always return a result. Okay, yeah, there we go. And then we just change all of this stuff. So find data. We'll need to find the old implementations, by the way. Yeah, test-based config. Let's see, these are find data gets. Find data. Let us do this manually. Find data set. So that's okay. These should be looking for whole word. Yeah, okay. So find data, and then this should be underscore, and then this will return I suppose, it takes a query and then returns the array. So returns an empty array here, empty array. Yeah, I mean that, and then this last part is just like the part that really changes it. So find data doesn't take a new value anymore, and then we'll do var r is equal to find data. We pass along the query and then do some stuff based off that. So here it's really just if r is empty, is empty? If r empty, result error, error code. Do I have anything for this? So this is like base config, base config query, or I guess this is like data not found, something like that. Otherwise, we'll do r.popback, something like that. Then here, we'll do var r is equal to find data. Then we'll do the same thing. Always just need to check it for the error. Then we'll do this same logic as above. So r size -2. I guess we'll need to pre-split it, maybe? We can pre-split it so it takes a... I suppose what I can do is this. So return R, right? And then we can pass, well, we can change this so this now requires me to pre-split it. Because I need the key. I need the key 100%. Right? Because, yeah, keys size. I need the last key in order to know how to access the previous data structure. Yeah, something like that. So let's do... This is basically just like create, or this is like split query. Split query. Query string pool string array. Then we'll return this. Something like that. So split query. How do you write tests for like nodes being instanced at runtime? So you do have a way of doing that. So for test app manager, this is how you would do it. So you would need to use a real instance of a class. Then you can just add child, etc., etc. And then you can cause the node to tick by calling gut simulate. And then it'll call the process or physics process function on that node with a given delta. So that's kind of what I'm doing here with the debouncing, because I do debounce, which is to say I don't save immediately. I wait 3 seconds based off of this timer. So that's how you would do that with guts. It's just calling simulate and then hoping that things work. And if you need to instance them at runtime, I mean, this is how you do it. You would just need to kind of pretend that you're at runtime. I mean, it is a unit test, right? It's not an end-to-end test. So there are some sacrifices that do need to be made. Split query. Var split is equal to split query. Well, here we don't actually need this. Find data set, we do need to store it. So split is equal to split query. It takes a split. And then this one. split query is a pool string array. So then this is okay. Split query for a split query. Boom. I think that's okay. Doesn't require any tool keyword, right? Or it runs like that in the backend, runs with tool. So actually, the way that gut runs, it's not even running in the editor. It just creates its own like instance to run. So if I turn it off, exit on finish, then you can see that, oh, well, ignore that part. Yeah, so it just runs as its own like Godot thingy. Which is the cool part, I guess. So it doesn't require any of that stuff. Yeah. Var key is equal to keys, or I don't have keys, it's split. So split dot size minus 1 that will match type of value. Type object. This should never happen, but just in case it does, we can do value set key new value. That's not how you spell it. Key new value. Type array. We'll write some tests for my case for sure. Good to know how weird bugs can happen. Yeah. But the more I'm writing it, the more I'm like, man, I'm really happy that I'm using this now. Because this is catching a lot of weird edge cases I would not have thoughts to check for, or like just things that are hard to check for, just, you know, running in the regular application, just pressing buttons. Which is nice. I forgot how nice it was to, you know, how nice it was to be able to do this kind of stuff. Result error code. What error is this? This is error. Base config unhandled set data type. There we go. Otherwise, we'll just return okay. Which I think is okay. So we can test this. What was the error I ran into here with config manager? Oh, it's, yeah, okay, my bad. So all of these need to change to find data get, find data get, find data get, find data get. All of these are find data gets. This is actually find data set. And find data get, find data get. Assert true is okay. Another thing that could load singletons and static functions. I don't think it does. I think that's one of the limitations that they actually list. Yeah. So if you look at the wiki, so let me see. There was something about, was it quick start? Was it quick start, or maybe it wasn't quick start? It was somewhere. Where was it? Well, there are some things that you can test. I forget there are limitations. Is it like you can't double? Yeah, you cannot double a static method. Yeah. Can't double a static method. Documentation's done. Yeah, it is. I don't know, actually. It's written. It's very thorough. But there's too many paragraphs. It's freaking me out. I think they need a technical writer. I think the examples are really nice, but I'm just like, when I see like a big paragraph with no code example, I just kind of like glaze over it. Like I'm reading like the titles, and that's pretty much it. Yeah, like it's very extensive. You know, it's better to have like documentation that's too wordy over documentation that is not wordy enough. For sure. But at the, you know, the same hand, it is making it kind of tough to read. All right, hold on. Test base config. Actually, these need to all be unwrapped. All these need to be unwrapped. Okay. Test data get, because this is already a very slow function, so we'll make it even slower by forcing the user to unwrap. So test base config. If we go back to Goot, test base config. Hopefully it just runs. No. One more time. Non-existent function find data. Find data get. Then this is find data get, and then we need to unwrap it. All right, there we go. It takes a little while, but that's okay. And then parsing JSON, that's fine. Let's see, test metadata. This is find data get, and then unwrap. This is find data set, and then we can even assert true. This one is okay. Find data get, unwrap. Where else is it? Here. Get. Then we'll just need to unwrap all these values as well. Yeah, look at that. Explanations always useful. Yeah, well, I don't know. If you are, I guess, new to mocking and doubling, I think it is a very good explanation. It's very thorough, for sure. 100%. It's a bit too thorough for my taste. So this is find data get. So result. So if result is okay, do that, then result, blah, blah. Find data get. If result is okay, then we'll return the result unwrap. Well, we can also just have this return a result, right? Yeah, so now you'll just be forced to process it. Error code, error. So this is config manager data not found. Yeah, something like that. So now we just need to go through every single file that was touched. Okay. Find data set. That's fine. Find data set. Oh yeah. Okay, I still need to do that. Find data get doesn't use new values anymore. Find data set. So this is the query string, then some sort of new value returns a result. Then it's pretty much the same thing here. So find data set, pass in all the values. For getting known data, blah blah. Setting known data. Okay. There's also a VS Code extension for Git. Yeah, I saw that. I think the problem is I don't have Godot on my path. So I don't want to use it because it's just more things for me to configure because I'm lazy. I'm lazy. Because I do tend to use like all kinds of custom builds anyways. So that's kind of the impetus for not using the extension. Because I'm pretty sure it requires Godot to be on your path, but maybe I'm wrong. Config manager, type object. Okay. 10 result GD to line 41, 42, and 50. 41, 42, and 50. 41, 42, and 50. Oh, these all need to be unwrapped. $50. And then this one can just assert true. Yeah, and then we can also try doing some garbage. So assert false, cm find data set, ASDF is okay. Something like that. Just comment the Godot path line in JSON. I use it like that. But see, the problem is I don't just use one version, right? The problem is I don't just use one version. Like I have the custom build for spouts. I'll just compile custom versions sometimes. So, it's okay. Yeah, so I don't know. If I'm gonna be using a helper, I don't want to have to configure the helper. Like I might as well, if I'm gonna be using a helper, I'd rather just tab back and forth. Otherwise I'm gonna like forget which one to use, right? You know? That's my opinion on it. If you're switching out versions often, which I guess I'm not doing it that often, so that's actually an argument in favor of me actually using the gut extension. I don't switch them out often, so I guess I might as well. But then again, I don't care enough. This is fast enough. I'm gonna keep coming up with excuses as to why I don't, or as to why I'm not going to do the stuff, etc., etc. Run scenes from Vim or VS Code. Yeah, I used to have that set up for Godot C#, but it's just too much of a pain to handle. Okay, but this is good, I think. Yeah. Git restore Goot editor. Git commit. Change semantics of find data. There we go. Okay, so config manager, mostly there. Just need to implement config manager. Just need to implement loading data, and then config manager is pretty much done. Yeah. I suppose I also need to test the register parts as well, but I think it's just working based off my tests with test pub sub. Because what I've actually figured out was I don't need to actually have all the signals just defined in the pub sub. What I can do is I can create signals on the fly, which is what I'm doing with config manager. So I run through every single config, grab every single property, and then just register them as new signals. So I no longer get like any code completion whatsoever. However, on the other hand, I do get like extreme flexibility to just add and remove things at will, which is kind of neat. And actually here, I should be checking, I should be comparing against this, because I don't want to error out on this signal. So if key is not other, they'll want to do all of this. You can put console in the app. I think technically the current application, right, already has a console. I guess it's more of just like a live log. Like I'm not sure how I would do like a console. How would that work? There's not really like any. Yeah, I don't know. How would that work? I suppose, yeah, like a live console so you can like poke values in real time. I guess that might be kind of neat. So if result is error, then we want to check to see, by the way, if result unwrap error code is equal to error code. Nope. This is long. So if that is true, then we'll want to continue. Yeah. It's kind of gross. Do you remember the API called like execute or eval? Yeah. Well, no, it's expression. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the expression API though. I've done it before, yeah. Not a huge fan of that. I think I'd rather have something that's maybe has more direct control. And I have a few ideas on how to implement that. Yeah, because did you know that runtime loading GD script doesn't really have that much of a performance detriment? So what I could do is just live load, like generates a GD script file on the fly, like whenever you type in a console command, and then just like insert it at the roots. So it's basically like a global. Create buttons that can run console commands, but it depends on what command is useful. Yeah, I don't know. That's not currently in scope, but it is an interesting idea, shall we say. It's an interesting idea. Let me check to see if this still works, by the way. Okay. Yeah, I think the idea here behind me adding this line, just checking to see what the error code is. So the error code is just like this already exists. Then we'll just continue on to the next iteration. Right. Wait a minute. Hold on. No, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because this won't yeah, this won't infinitely recurse. Gotta make sure. So notes, this doesn't. This looks like it should be infinitely recursing, but it doesn't. This doesn't infinitely recurse because we are passing the dictionary for other, not the other key. Yeah. You're testing the signals as well? I am. Check this out. So test pub sub. Look at that. So it does need a lot more testing or a lot more stuff attached to it. So add user signal, blah, blah, blah. We can watch the signals using Goot. And then I have my own little test class here just defined in this file. So we're using my custom register methods using the payload if required, or I guess the more advanced syntax, which is just passing a dictionary with the custom callback and the arguments. And then this is actually what most people will probably be needing to use, or at least this syntax, which is just the arguments. Because otherwise there's no way to know what kind of data you're getting back. Well, there's ways around it, I guess. It's kind of weird. Which is also why for these callbacks for, you know, various pieces of data being changed, it's actually backwards from how most people would do it. So you can see it's actually value key instead of key value because of how Godot signals work. So anything that's emitted, the emit params are passed first, and then the connection params are passed second, which is I guess something interesting that you need to keep in mind. But yeah, I think the API I came up with is not too bad. And like it passes unit testing, so I have no complaints. Look at that, it's beautiful. You gotta love it when all your tests are green. There's just the one error, but that's because like it's an intentional error, which is to say parsing failed for the JSON thingy. Let's see. I'm starting to run out of breath. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. Oh man, I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. You know what? I'll be right back. I need to get more water. I think I'm starting to get dehydrated. BRB. Hello, I'm back. And I only drank like half a liter of water over the past 4 hours. Probably isn't the greatest for my body. It's okay. Living's for nerds anyways. Okay. Test interpolation data has an error in it, apparently. Nope. Script templates has an error in it. Did you know that... Actually, did you know that you can define script templates in your project? I did not know that. I thought you could only do it in your your app data folder or your app user data basically. It's pretty neat. And then it also gives you a fancy UI like this. So new scripts. So you have your defaults, you have my gut test custom, and then I just have my editor wide ones. So structured, FSM, regular gut test, etc., etc. Which I thought was pretty cool. Although I suppose it can be argued that I don't really need FSM state to be like editor wide, but that's okay. Or project wide, or multi-project wide, right? So let's see. What was I doing? Oh, I was doing loading and saving. I remember. So, how did I do this in the old config manager? I want to use the same logic, roughly. I'm so happy I don't need to maintain this giant list of things anymore, though. And instead, we should just be handling it automatically, which is cool. So write file. No. Actually, no, we already have that handled anyways with save data and then save to file. Load data is handled by setup. So we try to determine your default search path and then load metadata, which I don't really need, I suppose, but we can do logger info loading metadata. Let's see. So var metadata file. If metadata file open. Where do I have these paths stored? Save to file. Save to file. Maybe I should be storing these in like basically a constant string almost, right? But for now, so this is save data path, metadata file name, and then this is file read. Yeah, we're not writing, we're only reading. So if this is not okay, then we want to do probably nothing, right? We'll just return results error. So this is error code. Where are my errors? Error. So config manager metadata load error, and then config manager model config load error. I do realize this kind of almost looks like defining C constants, but I think it's just easier to read at a glance if you have the, I guess, the associated class plus the error. So the associated class, config manager, and then you can, right, okay, config manager data not found, and then you can look at the traceback afterwards. Right. Maybe that's like a weird thing to be to like, but I don't know. Then metadata file. No, that's metadata file. We need to do metadata parse string metadata file. Get as string. No, get as string. Ooh, get text. Get text. Is that what it's called? Get text. Get as text. Get as text file. Yeah. So var result is equal to this. So if result is error, then we'll return that result. It's a very Golang style way of loading things or handling errors. Or I should say it's like a mixture of Golang style error handling and Rust style error handling. Since Rust uses a lot of results and options and whatnots, what have yous. But at least Rust, you can like destructure your error and handle it appropriately. Whereas, I don't know, I think I could still probably implement the same thing in Godot using a match statement. So I could match against, no, because you don't have, I don't know. How would you do like Rust style like error, like result destructuring? I think in Godot you would have to have like two classes that extend results, right? Like okay and error, and then you just assume that this is giving you an error, and then you can destructure by doing like, no, that's not how that works in Godot. Yeah, that's not how that works in Godot. Because you can't match on types. Or you can match on types as long as you have like the type as an integer, basically as an enum. Yeah. I should. let's not think about that too hard. I'm sure with enough willpower I can torture Godot's type system to work like Rust, but probably not the greatest idea, or like not the best use of time, shall we say. I don't know if it's a bad idea or not, but it's not a great use of my time, at the very least. Model config file, open, save data path, and then how did I do this for this? Oh, I remember. It's because based off of the results of loading metadata, the metadata contains the default model, basically. And then based off the default model, we look for model defaults. And then based off the model default, we pull the associated config name. Which sounds like overly complicated, but there's not really another way around that. Right, because you can have multiple configs for the same model. You can have multiple configs for the same model. Like this is duck front. We can also load in duck side, which is it uses the same model, just a different config, right? But then we can also just have completely different models as well. Like this. Which I suppose I could have a different config if I wanted to, but I don't really want to mess with it just yet. You know what? Let's rock the girl model for now. See if we can catfish some people to boost my analytics. So I can justify, oh man, one sec. My back. Ugh. Oh man, I have a standing desk, and unlike a lot of people, I'm not like other girls, but unlike I guess other people, I like to stand up, if only because I tend to kind of like shuffle in place when I'm thinking. And also because, I don't know, it's like I'm a programmer. I should be getting exercise whenever I can. Especially since my blood pressure is so high. So, you know what? Instead of cutting out alcohol and coffee, I cut out smoking and sitting down for too long. So I think that's a fair trade. I think that's a fair trade. So I need to find the... Actually, I might not need to... Yeah, you know what? I might not need to load in the model config file just yet, right? Yeah, because if I don't load in the model config immediately, I can just wait until... Yeah, I can just wait, right? I can just wait until you load in to a renderer. So I guess in the current application, right, I always load in a model for you. But yeah, actually, yeah, what am I talking about? Right? So there's no reason for me to load in the metadata, which is like data about your model config files. There's no reason for me to load in your model config file until you have loaded in a model. Yeah. The only requirement for loading in a model is having the metadata file, where the metadata file contains your, the appropriate config file for your model. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Thinks of everything. I feel like I should write that down. Because I think that's something I always get confused about for some reason. But yeah, there's only ever going to be one metadata. Finished loading metadata. Yeah, okay. Oh man. It's just now realizing how long was I just standing in place? Just kind of wiggling like this. Oh. I'm not old, you're old. Right, so load model config. So this needs a path. Some sort of string will return a result, but it will just work implicitly. So logger info. Loading model config. So this needs to be, I think it's just a path. So, of course, we should be returning results okay. Also, did you know this is pretty tough to do? Doing this kind of thing, because you cannot actually return, you cannot have a static method that returns yourself. You cannot refer to your own class inside the class in Godot 3. Backstory, you're all cute. Oh, thank you. No, you. I decided to switch the model, if only to further explain the loading logic. And then as a result of doing that, I realized I don't need to load in all my config files all at once. I can lazy load them almost. Yeah, one of the really annoying limitations of Godot is that you cannot have a static method, you cannot have a builder method inside one of your classes. So instead you have to do it like this, where this means, look at this, this is so gross. So you might notice I've been doing result okay, and that returns a result in this method here. But how it's actually implemented is it blind loads in this file from this file path, calls new, and then inserts things into the constructors. And you might be asking, why can't you just call, you know, result.new and then call the constructor? And it's because it results in a circular reference, and so Godot will refuse to run. So it's a workaround. In Godot 4, you're allowed to do it the normal way. So yeah, you're not allowed to do this. So it won't give me an error, but once you try to run it, Godot will get really confused. So I'm pretty sure if I just do like this, or maybe I'm crazy and I've been doing it wrong. So if you do this and we go back to Godot and just try to run it, like, well, you can just run a test, I suppose. Test the pub sub. Yeah. Using own name in class file is not allowed. Creates a cyclic reference. Yeah, see. So this is the workaround. It's slower though, because you can't use preload either. Because if you preload it, well, I'm pretty sure you can't use preload. There's a reason why you can't preload it. Yeah, it can't preload itself. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure, well, maybe, can you use get script? No, because you can't use get script because it's a static function. Yeah. See, I've already run through all the permutations. Don't worry. I just forgot what all the permutations were, I swear. There's a reason why I'm doing it this way. Yeah, if I was trying to do that, can you get the word then? Can we suggest some alternative? What was the alternative? Because this is the only way I could find. Unless you wanted to use a factory, I guess. I'm not a huge fan of factory classes though. Yeah, if I can avoid using a factory class, I will. Like a completely different alternative to using a class for my use case. Oh, okay. I see how it is. You're too good for classes. I see. But no, I get it. I get it. Yeah, I suppose for a lot of things in Godot, what you can actually do instead is use a dictionary. So I'm assuming that's how you made it work. I'm assuming that's how you made it work, is you use a dictionary instead. Dictionaries in Godot are pretty sick. I've ended up using a dictionary, yeah. I think the problem with dictionaries is that you don't, you know, this is not typed, which is fine for most use cases. But I think the lack of static typing has made this application really hard to work with. All right. Sorry, I'm like streaming it, but also watching a streamer. I'm just watching streamers also. It's a stream reception, but it's on my other computer. Mostly because I need to keep myself entertained somehow. Yeah, something I wish they had in like Godot 4 though were tuples. Tuples, surprisingly like really useful. The more I use tuples, the more I'm like, wow, this is sick. So var, I guess this is just file now. It doesn't matter because we're only loading one thing at a time. File. This is file new. And let's see, it's the path that's a little different every single time. Like to have streamers on live stream too. All right, I was worried that this was like a weird thing because I haven't really heard of too many people doing it, but I guess not. People try not to advertise that the fact that they're not really paying attention. Like, I'm sorry. Okay, hold on. There's some fancy stuff we can do here. So data path, if not path is absolute path, else path. Yeah. Something I got into the habit of doing back when I was writing a lot more Python. was the inline if-else statement. Config manager, model config load error. So var results. So model config parse string file get as text. Result is error. I don't think it's weird. I want to boost the view counts of streamers I like. It makes me feel comfortable to see others streaming. Perhaps. It makes sense, for sure. It is a bit mind flooding, although maybe it's, I don't know if it's the same for you, but I sometimes I do get mind flooded when sometimes you'll see me like look over here even though nothing's really happening in terms of like, I guess, chat or whatever. But that's because like the streamer that's on is like yelling or something. Oh, please stop yelling. You're freaking me out. You're making me nervous from all the yelling. Alright, so load model config. So this is load model config implicit. I think there are reasons to have load model or like load config memory into memory. Yeah, I guess it's like load model config. Or I guess it's like no set, maybe. Yeah. That's kind of weird. Path string returns a result. And then this result is not going to be okay. It's going to actually contain a real value, but we'll see about that. I can only pay attention to like 3 or 4 streams at once. That's a lot of streams. I can pay attention to one stream at once, plus my own, because I'm concentrating. I'm trying to think. Thinking is hard. I don't like there's sufficiently different content. Anyone that I get overwhelmed. Yeah. I get overwhelmed by my own stream sometimes. Sometimes I'll just forget what I'm talking about. Like, I don't know if it's super obvious, but there are times where I just kind of forget what I'm talking about in the middle of talking about it. Or it's also why, I guess if you ever try to refer to something I said, like more than 5 seconds ago, I'll have no idea what you're talking about. So file new, file open. We'll grab all of this stuff. So this is all the same stuff. So actually, I guess we should be calling load model config no set in load model config, and then using that to set. Almost. Yeah, that's pretty weird, but I'm into it. Model config. So this is a new model config. Yeah. But anyways, much appreciated. I guess you making an effort to tune into many streams all at once. That's crazy. More capable than I am, for sure. So if result is error, we'll just return result. And then we'll pass along this thing. Yeah. So finished loading model config. And then here, we'll call var result is equal to load model config no set using this path. Oh, it's beautiful. They all flow into each other. It's like poetry, it rhymes. No worries about forgetting stuff. I think you're doing great. Plus, your voice is super relaxing to listen to in general. Oh, thank you, thank you. I'm already spoken for, unfortunately. That's not true, but actively avoiding one of those, as they say. Social connections. Oof. I was gonna say relationship, but I was trying to think of a better joke. If results is error, return results. Otherwise, we'll do model config is equal to result unwrap. Yeah, something like that. Logger info successfully set model config. Yeah, one of those. Like that. I'm just playing. I'm playing. Be into whatever you're into. I think that's something that I always find kind of funny though. When people talk about ASMR, they'd be like, "Yeah, I'm really into ASMR," but like, not like that. I'm like, "What do you mean, not like that?" I said, "Oh, sorry." I said, "Oh, you mean like that?" I said, "I'm picking up what you're putting down. You freaking weirdo." Sorry, I'm checking my email right now. I'm like ultra distracted. Doing my best not to show it on stream as well. All right. So we have one error, which is this. Load data not declared in the current class. So this is actually load metadata. Okay. Yeah, so register all configs with pub sub. Huh. Gotta think about that. Gotta think about that. So why is this not throwing an error? Result doesn't match the built-in variables type. This happens sometimes. Why are you like this? So is this also happening in config manager? Yeah. Sometimes it's better to be untyped, but usually when this happens, it's because there is a problem in one of the files. Yeah, no. Assign value type does not match the variables. It's so annoying. Why are you like this? So let's reload the current project and see if that helps. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. So test pub sub. I mean, let's just see if we're able to run anything. Run all. If file open, too few arguments were open. Oh, is that? Oh, okay. So it bubbled up a completely separate error. That's good. Or it gave me the completely wrong error. That's okay. Send me once more. Then we'll need to go into test config manager. I guess we'll need to refresh this connection as well. And then, let's see, so that's get set data to pass. Even though I don't actually have like pass fail states for all of these, because it's kind of hard to have a pass fail state for all of these. I think I like to have the pass fail notation just to know that like, okay, like this is like more or less happy path for the most part, even though I actually don't have I have a unhappy path one here somewhere. Maybe not this one. let's do, I guess we can try saving to the file system and let's see how that goes. I need to see if actually, yeah, it's a good time to check. Does the Docker container that I'm using, does the Docker container that I'm using have local read-write privileges? I don't remember. Yeah, and then by the way, yeah, if there's anyone new here, what I've been working on is this application, which is also the application that I'm using to face track right now. How fancy. You can find it on GitHub. It's MIT licensed. So I guess the only thing that is necessary for usage of it is just, you know, don't say that you made it. Yeah, surprisingly enough, like for a few, or from the few people that I've talked to about it, like I think most people are under the impression that you can take an MIT licensed project and like replace it with your own license, which is actually incorrect. Yeah. You're allowed to put your license over the MIT license, but you cannot remove the original license. You can stack your license on top of it and change it like that, but you must always include the original license. And look at that. I'm a contributor. Oh, baby. I'm a contributor. We're making it in the big leagues now, baby. So let's look at the Docker file. I don't really know. Where's the entry points? We'll increase the size. Nice. Go project go. Yeah. We're starting to really get into the open source stuff. I suppose it took long enough considering that I work for an open source company. Let's see. I don't know. I hate Bash, but this looks okay. Maybe that's okay. How this actually works though, it's pretty cool. If you're wanting to integrate this into your own project on GitHub, it's right there. Look at that. It's pretty painless as well. If you need an example of how to run them, I have one. Yeah, Bash is your friend though? No, Bash is not my friend. Me and Bash have a begrudging, or a grudging, is it a begrudging respect or grudging respect? Begrudging respect. What's the difference between, actually, well, that's a good question. I've never thought about it. Begrudging versus grudging. Is grudging a word? Grudgingly is when we show a lack of desire or resentment. Begrudgingly is a way to behave that is reluctant or envious. What? Grudgingly is when we show a lack of desire or resentment. Begrudgingly is a way to behave that is reluctant or envious. Oh, okay. It's like... There's a difference there, but I'm trying to parse it in my head. Grudgingly is when we show a lack of desire or resentment. Oh, begrudgingly is a way to behave that is reluctant or envious. They are very similar, but I guess one is more malicious, I suppose. I never thought about that difference either. Yeah, it's because I stuttered. I stumbled on my words and I thought about it. I said, wait a minute. That doesn't make any sense. Begrudging and grudging. Be is not a common prefix to a word. I had to think about it. Yeah, I guess grudgingly is more malicious, where begrudgingly is more like I guess you are reluctant to show it, but you might actually think it, where grudgingly means that you are actively resentful, I suppose. Yeah, I have a begrudging respect for Bash, but I still have a grudge against Bash. That's a good way of putting it. I guess you don't grudging anything. You can grudgingly regard something. So little Bash, yeah. The more you learn, the more you learn. I think if I had a choice, I run everything in Python. So if I had a choice, everything I do is written in Python. So let's see. Before each, we create a new config manager, and then we can try save data. And then I guess we'll need to start organizing this as well. So region. So this is like data access. My favorite part about using an IDE. Okay. And then this is... Man, I have a lot of loading functions, don't I? Region, save, load. And region. I'm learning more of GD script than sort of Python. I think I do that as well. Bash is most of my dev multi-tool at the moment. Yeah. I don't know. Like I can work my way around Bash. Like I did write a bunch of these scripts mostly by myself, which is why they're so garbage. Oh yeah. Actually, this one used to be a lot worse. Yeah, create VNV. Actually, someone who was way better at Bash than me wrote this part. Yeah, this is pretty much like what I use Bash for. Is like I have the shebang, and then it just gives me some output. Or like it runs something in the background. So if you need someone to write a string of commands that can then be like parameterized, I'm your guy. If you need anything more complex than that, like you need like to trap a signal, or you need to like, you know, like it's just infinitely loop until something happens, you've come to the wrong you've come to the wrong locker. Come to the wrong grocery store. Sir, this is a Wendy's, etc., etc. So what am I doing here? This is save data. I guess we will want to write everything as soon as possible, but that's actually kind of tough because we don't want to save a garbage config file. Or at least we don't want to save a garbage model config file. So if model config name equals, okay, hold on. Model config. This has const default name. This is very Java style. Change me. Default name, right? Everything else can just be regular change me, it doesn't matter. But then in config manager, if model config name is equal to model config, let's see, default name, or I guess if it's not this, then we'll do all of this stuff. Otherwise, yeah. Yeah, I remember when I was still in school, let me see if I can find that. I'm starting to get really distracted now that I've been going on for so long. Let me see if I still have it. I saw that on my Google thing. Yeah, look at that. Let's see, how do I grab this image in a new tab without showing off anything? Look at that. My final year of university, when my computer broke and I had to use a Chromebook. And that's when I got really into using like Linux and all that. And so, yeah, I mean, that taught me a lot about Linux, mostly because I was forced to use it for all my programming classes. Super tough. Something like that. And using basically a netbook-sized computer to run Eclipse. That was an experience. But also, that's where I learned how to do all the fancy bash stuff that I know now. Which is to say, like, it's been 5 years, and I haven't really progressed my bash skills all that much. Like, I can switch case, I can pass parameters to the scripts. That's pretty much it. Base config, test metadata. Does this one have a metadata thing? Yeah, this one can work. So we'll grab this one. So this is not just good string. This is good metadata 0. Then we'll grab, once I get a final build of something working, then I can actually, well, that's not true. I don't actually need to wait. I could just try to run these like a dry run to generate like a config file, because I'm pretty sure these files are correct by themselves. Maybe. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if I just dry run it really quick. Hold on. Then I can have a test resources folder. Give me one sec. I'm all over the place right now because I'm just losing my mind. Test, and then test resources. Test resources. There we go. Let's give this a dry run, I guess. So cm, save. cm model config. Config name, just change it to something dumb, test. It's beautiful. Yeah, and then we'll dry run it. So this should non-existent. Wait, did I change it? Is it not called save anymore? Save data. All right, dry run it. It should save these files in my export directory. So then we'll go to, where is export? I don't know which one is most recent. Isn't the refresh button F5? Maybe not. Maybe it is. Okay, so what day is it? It's 3/1. 3/1, so there's change me.json, and then there should be just a metadata.json. Yeah, which also should be totally clobbering. Yeah, actually, yeah, that does clobber my original save file. That's fine. It's just that whenever I try to start the application from the editor again, it's gonna die. That's okay. So there's metadata, and then we'll call it test model config, test model config.json, and then this one is, ooh, what's the button? Test metadata.json. Yeah. Okay, so now we can manually load in this data. Yeah, let's try this. So we'll do cm model config parse string question mark. Hold on. Var metadata file is a file. We'll do that, and then var model config file. New model config file. Let's just open up res tests test resources question mark. What did I call it? Test model config. Test model config.json. Yeah. File read. Parse string model config. Get as text question mark. Cert equal this. Okay, yeah, there we go. So I'll need to do this twice to load in the test metadata and the test model config. Yeah. So assert equals metadata file open res blah blah tests test resources test metadata.json file read. Hit it with an OK. Maybe. No. Did I do this wrong? Ooh, I did do this extremely wrong. Hold on. All right. cm model config, then cm metadata dot parse string metadata file get as text. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Oh no, I'm the person I was watching is rating me. No, don't do it. No, don't do it. Oh no. Not like this. That's weird. Hello. Hello, Raiders. How are you doing today? Thank you, Cyan Nan, for the raid. Sorry for catfishing you. Not actually a girl, but I am working on this application. Thank you very much for the raid. What were you doing? Actually, that's a lie. I was actually watching your stream before this to keep myself entertained while I struggle to rewrite this entire thing and also like do it in a TDD, test-driven development way. So we're rewriting it from the ground up, so it's just way less jank. Sorry, let me use my usual model, which is the duck. Hello. There we go. Just need to toggle the emoticon. Fun with TDD. You know, I'm actually having a lot of fun, if only because it makes me feel like I'm actually getting a lot of work done. Whether or not that's actually true is still to be seen, but check it out. Please don't break. Yeah, look at that. 250 passing asserts, 14 scripts, 30 tests. Oh, baby. First try. But yeah. Yeah, the duck is back. Yeah. The duck is not nearly as impressive as like loading in the VRM models, but I think the duck does look a bit cuter. IMO. Not weird, by the way. So I think this did actually save data in the incorrect place, so I should try to clean that up before the test. It's not so satisfying. Good luck. Oh, thank you. Mostly doing it because I want to be done with the project. I've been working on this for like maybe a year, which isn't actually that long, but you know, of other things I would like to work on as well. but it just kind of leaves an empty feeling in my heart, my kokoro. When you leave a project unfinished, he says as he has like 50 other unfinished projects. CM, save data path. So we can kind of fudge this. But hitting it with... Probably actually should not do that. What I was about to do, which is put in my test directory, but when combined with the normal CI, and by the way, if you're interested in whatever the heck I'm working on, you know, here's a link. There's the GitHub, etc., etc. Most things I work on are free and open source. Yeah. So I do have CI set up, and it has been failing every single time. Lots of failures because there's been a lot of work. Because I'm ripping out everything in place, so that's probably not the greatest idea. But because I also need this to work in CI, I need to think about how to do this properly. So it's probably like project settings. We want to globalize path to res tests. And then maybe just have like a temporary folder if it doesn't exist already. Yeah, okay. So give me one sec. I realize I am missing the temporary folder. So let's do, let's hit it with a really quick constant really quick. Const temp folder. Temp folder path, I should say. Temp folder path. Res tests. Temp. Amazing. Phenomenal. How does he think of these? And then OS, wait, no, it's directory, right? So var directory is a new directory. New. Let's see. Oh, and now that the streamer I was watching is gone, I need to find someone new to watch. Look what you've done. But I don't want to watch anyone playing Elden Ring. We'll watch someone else who's doing software and game development, I guess. So let's see. This is make directory recursive. We'll pass in this temp folder path. Looks pretty good. Does this, yeah, this returns an okay on success. So we just want to assert, well, it's not assert true. Assert equals this is okay, right? And then I suppose before each, we can just make sure that that path does not exist. If it does, we can try to like destroy it, maybe. What does this do if it does exist? Create a target directory and all the necessary intermediate directories in the path by calling mic directory recursively. The argument can be relative to the current directory or an absolute path. Okay. So actually, this should be the same thing. So project settings, globalize path. Boom, boom. One of these. I'm not sure what happens though when this, does this blow up if it already exists or what? Make directory recursive does returns one of the error code constant okay on success. That does not help. So let's see. Let's check just in the Godot source, which is one of the nice parts about using Godot. So you can just check to see if, oh no, I forgot. This is one of the, this is not a scene, this is using directory, which means I need to figure out where it is in Godot. This is one of the harder ones to find. It's probably OS, might be platform config. Export, probably not. No, I mean, we'll just go into this. Make directory, nope, does not exist. make direct. Nope. I don't know. The is it in core? No, no. We can go to file, directory. You search. Yeah, I'm searching. I'm searching. This doesn't really help because this is directory CS, which presumably just maps back to, yeah. This does the C# thing of being implemented somewhere else. Yeah, you search at top. Yeah, I searched. Yeah, don't worry. I used the file finder. This search doesn't really find in files though, right? Is that what you're talking about? In this repository? That's like, oh, I don't think that's correct though. Maybe it is. File system utils. What? This is OpenXR. Godot tools. Canonicalize. No. Mono. Or the class name or function. Well, directory is the class name. I don't know. Make directory. What was it called? Make dir recursive. You know what? That's good intel. I did not know you could do that in GitHub. I thought you could only use the file finder. Turns out I'm a big dummy. Editor paths. So this is platform core IO directory access. That's probably it. All right, yeah, that's good intel. Thank you very much, Bumdy. I was about to disparage you, but that would have been too early. All right, so make directory recursive. So if it's relative path, blah blah, we don't care. Begins with blah blah. Network share path. That's crazy. Why are you using a network share? Plus file error make directory if error is not okay or error. Okay, so this will throw an error if it already exists. Interesting. Well, that's not good. So we'll need to do if. I guess we can just do directory new if directory exists. Is this what it is? Dir exists. Temp folder path. Then we'll want to remove it. So if this exists, then we'll do. Isn't it remove? Directory remove. Right. Deletes the target file or an empty directory. The argument. What's a way I can do this without having to like run inside a directory and delete all the files? I could do OS execute, and then based off of the OS, so match OS get name to lower. So on Windows, I don't remember how to delete a directory on Windows. How do you delete a directory from CMD? CMD delete folder. Files and folder. So it's just delete. Sure, let's delete file name. How to force delete. God, I hate how CMD works. All right, remove directory. Has a file. So nested files and directory. Oh baby, this should work. Very scary since I'm just deleting random files from my own file system at this point. So before we run this, I'm going to check all my work in. So this should be CMD, then we'll pass in arguments. It was /s, then remove directory, and then the path. Project settings. actually, this doesn't really need to be a constant, because actually what we need to do is globalize it by default. Project settings, globalize path, one of these. So temp folder path, just so it's a bit more correct. Temp folder path, and then we don't need to store the output. Yeah. So if it's OS X or X11, aka Linux, we'll do OS execute bash. What is it? It's rm rf path, temp folder path, and then we'll just send it. Should be correct. Temp folder path. Don't need to globalize it here because we've already pre-globalized it. Or I guess what we could do, is actually, yeah, before each, instead of like deleting it, what if we just create it, right? So if not, yeah, actually, yeah, what am I doing? Instead of like deleting it, let's just create it if it doesn't exist. That's way easier. Okay. Try to be fancy, but actually, since I want this just to run in CI, this will just work. So boom, boom. We don't need to do this anymore. Let's give it a run. Okay, cool. Then we'll just need to check tests. When were these written? I have my doubts. Like this one was written at 1:55, so I don't think it was actually written. Run me one more time. Ooh, okay. You hate to see that. Line 80 and line 83. So test, save, pass. Oh. Okay, I forgot that I need the test resources. Actually, yeah, these are the test resources. What am I talking about? Temp is what we need to look at. So we didn't actually save anything here, even though save data path was kind of injected into that. So save data, what does this give me? This gives me a result. So I suppose I should assert true, this is okay, where I've kind of made my own data structures to hold a bunch of, basically do the error handling for me, since Godot doesn't really have good error handling, since they go all in on fail fast. Huh. So this says it worked. It says it worked. All right, give me one sec. If we go to save data, give me a breakpoint. We're using user per config files. Because that is where config files should live, right? I guess why would I not use user per config files? Right, I think if I put it next to the engine binary, which I can do, that's actually how the program used to work, but sometimes, like on Linux, right? So if you're on Linux, if you put something in /opt, you actually will not have write permissions for that, unless you're running it with sudo, but you really should not be running like any program with sudo unless you have to. All right, so give me one sec. So if result is error, result value is okay, yeah. Save to, wait, to save to file, is that working properly? I guess I've never thought about it. I guess it doesn't close the file, which might be a problem. Is the correct way? Yep. Yeah. It's something I used to place all the save files right next to your binary, because that's actually how I store my binary, is I just kind of store it right here. As you can see, I dog food my own application. But I think some people, especially if you're like packaging it for Linux, like I know that there's an Arch package in the AUR, AUR. So that will actually place it somewhere in user bin, I think. I'm not really sure. So then, yeah, then you run into the problem where you can't store config files anymore. So user directory is just in your user folder. And so every user that you are, I guess, regularly logged into should have a user folder. And I guess if your user doesn't have a user folder, then that's a very weird distribution that you're using. Admin access probably OS doesn't allow it. Yeah, 100%. Any good OS. Oh. Oh, hold on. This is not right. Model config, change me. Config name is still change me, question mark. That doesn't make any sense. I should have changed that. Model config, oh, I didn't change it. Where did I change it last time? Or did I not change it? Did I talk about changing it and then like proceeded to not change it? I think that's what happened. Model config, config name, test config. Good OS, it's not Windows, got it. Hey, I think Windows could be a lot worse. Things could be a lot worse, for sure. You could be using Mac. Hey, got him. Although I do like using a Mac when I don't have to pay for it. I think like using a Mac for work stuff, pretty sick. Using a Mac for like anything else, kind of painful. Because like on your Mac, right, you're not, or on your work computer, you really should not be trying to, you know, like customize every part of your work computer because it's for work. At least that's how I see things. Am I still wiping out the, I shouldn't be wiping the temp folder. It is creating the temp folder for sure. I'm okay with Mac, so I'm not fond of developing for them. Yeah, I like developing on a Mac to be deployed onto Linux. But developing for Mac, I don't know. I don't really like Swift. Objective-C kind of sucks. Or no, Objective-C doesn't kind of suck. Objective-C like objectively sucks. And then pretty much anything else, like any of the built-in utilities on Mac kind of suck. Like, I think they only recently upgraded their default shell to ZSH. So, I suppose that tells you all you need to know. Save data path. Oh, is this? Ah, there we go. I put in the wrong path. That's why. So this should be, the reason why I was so confused is because I was using the wrong value. Beautiful. Okay, so now we can run it again. Blah, blah, we run it. Then we can even check the contents of temp. Look at the metadata, it's beautiful. There's no data for it, so it's just blank, which is good. We have default values for everything we could possibly want and or need. Isn't Swift one of the best languages? Yeah, it's not even relevant because it's from Apple. I hear Swift is actually pretty good, yeah, but you know. If Swift made from Mozilla, yeah. If it was from Mozilla, it would be like hot. Maybe hotter than Rust, because like Swift is closer to like, isn't Swift closer to like Kotlin in usability? I've never programmed any Swift. I've only seen Swift in passing, and I was like, yeah, that looks all right. It looks all right. It is a Java style programming language for sure. So metadata file close. Let's just close all our files, just to be nice. So also because we can reuse these to open up the new resources. Yeah. So there's like a golden boy, low high level language. Rich kid in school, is it? Yeah, the rich kid at your public school. Big fish in a small pond. I feel like with the way the world is kind of currently working, right? People are kind of gravitating towards, you know, super high level with Python, JavaScript. Actually, JavaScript is actually really fast now. So, especially if you're using V8. If you're using anything else, it's kind of eh. But who really uses anything else, right? Because the only other like standalone JavaScript engines, there's V8, which is Google, which everyone uses for Node.js. And I think Dino also uses it. And then there's Quick.js, which is the super tiny JavaScript engine, which is supposed to be really cool. And actually, there is a Quick.js binding. There's a binding for Quick.js for Godot, which is neat as well. Sorry, I've kind of forgot what I was talking about because the streamer I'm listening to is talking about Rust, and I was like, wait a minute, someone else is talking about Rust? Ooh. WASM in the future, I feel like not so much JavaScript. I feel like JavaScript is still going to be there for a while because it's just so easy to write. Right? Like I remember earlier on in the stream I was ranting about this as well, but it's just like, it's hard to beat, you know. Anyone can write it, for better or worse. It runs everywhere. What more could you want? Mention Rust and your ears perk up. Oh yeah, for sure. You know me and my Rust. Well, I think it's mostly because I finally figured out how Rust works. So now I'm like, I'm all in. I'm all in. Let's see, model config file, open. And so also because these are test files, or these are tests, I don't feel bad about hard coding this, which is why I'm willingly just putting random strings into these tests. Just so everyone's aware. I don't think that programming like this is usually very good, but I think for tests, it's okay. It might actually be better to program like this in tests. Need an OS written from the ground up with Rust to be completed in 10 years. There's Redux, isn't it? And like Redux actually has a lot of, yeah, Redux. It's made pretty good progress, doesn't it? Hasn't it? I don't know. It's probably going to be done in the next 10 years, right? Like it somewhat recently, like a few months ago, somewhat recently, had most of glibc ported to, I think. Ported to it in Rust, I think. Or maybe I'm thinking of something else, a similar library. But I think just because it's written in Rust doesn't make it better, unfortunately. I think it's hard to beat Linux in terms of like just man hours, or human hours, shall we say, spent just staring at it, poring over the code, etc., etc. Like Linux isn't going anywhere anytime soon. Maybe Fuchsia if Google really pushes it really hard. Actually, what happened to Fuchsia? I don't remember anything about it. Don't remember anything about it. Model config. Actually, this should be var metadata. So what we're trying to do, by the way, is assert true. It's not how you spell true. Assert true. MD parse string metadata file get as text. And then is okay. Something like that, right? So this is almost like a round trip. So we'll load in some, garbage test data, save it to the file, open the files again, load them using a different, just a different instance of the class, and then compare the two to see that we, still got the same values. Need deep learning AI to convert it. Still going. Deep learning AI. See, that's the thing. That's one of the things I keep reading, actually, is all the fear mongering about like how all the actually programmers' jobs are the first ones to go away or something like that by AI. I was like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, I work in automation already. Like, I automate away other people's jobs. So, those who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones, etc., right? But even now, like the level of automation that we're at, I think I'm still secure for at least the next 10 years. For the next 10 years, maybe 20 years, I don't think we're at the level where an AI is going to be able to take my job. Considering the level of, quote unquote automation that we're at right now, which is painfully low. Like, AI can understand it because it is his language. Maybe if you're writing stuff like from the ground up with AI, maybe. The only AI I know is Skynet. I don't know. What's the AI in the Matrix? Also spoilers for those who haven't seen a 20-year-old movie. What's the AI in the Matrix? I'd be okay with if our AI was like that. It was just like, hey, we'll put you into a jelly chamber. Like, I want to be in the first version of the Matrix where everyone was happy. I agree about the state of AI. Yeah. It's really only the people that's don't know that much about AI that are scared about AI. At least that's how I see it. Matrix AI survival as the fittest? Well, no, because if you just live, right, you'll just live like a normal life. Isn't that how it works in the Matrix? Or even if you're like the one guy, the Judas, his name is not Judas, but the Judas character, essentially, to use a Bible terminology. They were like, hey, we'll put you back in exchange for selling out everyone you know and love. I was like, yeah, I'm into it. All right, check this out. This is also one of the first legitimate uses that I can use CM get data to just blindly find a value and compare against. Run it. See the new Matrix. It was pretty neat. I have not seen the new Matrix. I heard it was lots of fan service, which is, I suppose, to be expected. I've had the intro spoiled for me at the very least. So I don't know if that's still something that people are trying to avoid. So I will refrain from discussing it. Maybe. When I was a kid, I wanted to be a robot psychologist, and I took a bunch of AI classes in college and realized it's nowhere near going to happen in my lifetime. That would be cool, though. Just imagine. Just imagine if it did, though. What if Big Elon's brain scanning comes to pass? Would you be into brain scanning instead? Is human brain code on its own? Well, yes. Yeah, there we go. I didn't even read that. You scan your brain, you basically copy your brain into the computer, and then you exist twice. Would you be into that as opposed to just like the Matrix where you give up all your body? I think I'd be more into the Matrix, so I wouldn't exist in two places at once. fans, I've seen nothing about it. They lied to you. Well, no, isn't it just like, hey, look, it's Keanu Reeves. Remember Keanu Reeves? You liked him in the first few Matrices. And then here's whoever the actress was for Trinity. She's here too. Pretty cool. Right? That's kind of how I heard it was. It was just like, Keanu's here, but he's not actually a main character. Right? He just happens to be in the movie. And so is like Trinity is also in. Who's the actor for Trinity? Because I don't remember. What's Keanu Reeves' character? Neo. He's the one. Yeah. Who plays Trinity? Matrix actress. Thank you, Google, for listening to me. Carrie-Anne Moss. I have no math on my screen. It's a great story, by the way. My favorite short stories of all time. Ranked top 2, because I can only think of 2 right now, is Flowers for Algernon. That's a great story, very sad. And I have no mouth and I must scream. I still think of like Flowers for Algernon like often. I don't know. That's one of those things that's like deeply affected me. I was like, wow. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about that, but like, very sad. Yeah, my brain scan self, I mean. Yeah, maybe, yeah. Matrix AI is giving life what humans wish, I think. Yeah, isn't that... The reason why the first Matrix failed, by the way, spoilers for the first Matrix, is that like the version of the Matrix that you see in the first movie isn't actually the first Matrix. They made a perfect world and then humans destroyed themselves, something like that. Because humans don't want a perfect reality, they want to have strife, etc., which is not incorrect, I think. It's not incorrect. Hoist My Spellers for Algernon is great, super sad though. I cry every time I read it. Yeah. It makes me teary-eyed after the turning point. I've read a few other short stories, not somewhat recently, somewhat long ago, I should say. Back when I had more free time and was not really that much into programming. Yeah, I don't know. I've kind of like spun off into multiple topics at once. Flowers for Algernon, that's sad. It's a story about like, I'm trying to find the correct word for it. I don't have a word for it. I don't have a good word for it at the current point in time. Description. This would change me, but it'd also be CM get data description. Also, Wachowski's originally wanted to make the humans be used as part of a supercomputer, but the higher ups thought the items would be too dumb to understand, so humans were batteries. Well, I mean, that's kind of the same thing, isn't it? You are technically still part of the supercomputer. You are the power source. Just like, you know, my computer's power supply is part of my computer. Is it doing the driving? Probably not. But it is still very necessary. All right, that's beautiful. I love it. All right, model. All right. Config manager. Tested with impunity. It's not super tested, but it's tested enough. We'll add a to-do. To-do, add other test cases. To-do, test other code paths. You know, why wouldn't the machines use something else for power? Well, how else are they going to get that? Sweet, sweet human essence. Actually, you know, that is a good point. Why do they need humans for power? I don't know. I've never really thought about that, but yeah. I've always just kind of thought about is like, yeah, maybe they just need like your brain activity, but like, isn't that just electricity? Isn't that's what the sun is for? Like solar power? Yeah, you know what? That's a good point. I've never thought about that. I'm thinking about a lot of things I've never thought about before on this stream. If only because I'm starting to go like delirious from focusing so hard on this. Like the difference between grudgingly and begrudgingly. I've never thought about that before. And in a similar fashion, I've never thought about, oh baby, look at that. We're all green. I mean, the GitHub runner is not gonna say that, but that's okay. Yeah. Or Matrix. Never thought about that. That is a good point. Why do they need to use humans? Yeah. Body heat, sun is blocked. Smooth brain, or like smooth as in like it looks good. Both are true in my case. Oh, we don't need the temp file. Git restore staged test temp. So we'll do echo. What is it? Star temp. Any temp folder we don't need, basically. To our git ignore. Yeah, nice. Green unit tests feel so good. They do. It makes me feel so productive. Yeah, but is the sun blocked in the Matrix? I didn't realize that. I thought they were just underground. Yeah, gotta head off and get ready to work more on learning Godot. Thanks for the stream and entertain my sci-fi asides. Sci-fi asides? Name of my mixtape? No, wait, that's supposed to be the name of my sex tape. I'm losing it. I don't know how to make references anymore. Name of my sex tape. Sorry. No, the name of my mixtape because it's not an innuendo. Yes. Anyways, thanks for tuning in, Nova. There's a movie about robot achieving free will and get adopted by rednecks. I was gonna say like iRobot, but adopted by rednecks, that's not quite iRobot. iRobot though, great movie. Will Smith, back when he was doing like movies, I guess. Has Will Smith been in any like recent movies? The only movies I can think of with Will Smith at this current point in time, iRobot, probably the first movie I've ever saw that I was like aware of Will Smith. And then there's I Am Legend, that's also pretty good. Yeah, anyways, no, you're still here. Take it easy. Thanks for hanging around. Create unit tests for config manager. And then there's some other stuff as well, but I don't remember. We'll just send it. All right, we're almost there. That's a lie. There's still so much to port. So anything that's Pascal cased here in the sidebar is not ready for prime time, unfortunately. And then there's also just things that I'm not going to be including in the base release, and instead it'll be just available as a plugin. So you just slap these into your plugin folder and they should just work. Let's see. I think the next things, because everything is more or less pretty good. I think I have the bare minimum, at least for loading stuff. Now I need to have screens. So I think the easiest thing to do is have probably like an intro screen, or not like an intro screen, but like a landing screen, shall we say? I think landing screen makes a lot of sense. And then landing screen, and then that landing screen will lead you to several different options of just display stuff, right? I've just realized that the stream I'm watching is it's just an AFK stream. Don't watch. Sorry, we'll just watch games done quick then. Yeah, we need a landing screen. So give me a canvas layer. Oh baby, UI design, my favorite. So landing screen. Save this as landing screen. We're starting to have like way too many folders in this project, but that's okay. So landing screen. Landing screen will lead you to, well, it will show all the options. So the idea here, I guess opposed to like using this main screen, which is currently being super chroma keyed right now, right? And that's actually what you can see here. So this is the main screen that's currently being used. You're not actually able to see the axes or the grid. But what's tough about this is that I'm not able to display things differently. So that's what the landing screen is for, is so I can insert, I guess, like different environments whenever I want. It's not super useful for most things because most of the time you're just going to be loading in and out like 3D models and you don't really care about how the background looks, because then you can like turn off this stuff and then just use a transparent background like that. You do need to change your OBS display settings to take advantage of that, but you know. Did I find the movie name? It's called Chappie. Oh, Chappie. Chappie. I've never seen Chappie. Is that... I thought Chappie was more like a District 9 kind of thing. Was it not? Isn't it? District 9 and then... What was Chappie? Oh... They're not related like whatsoever. Never mind. I thought they were like related. Are they by the same studio? I don't know. Were they not related? How do you see Neil Blomkamp? Oh no, Chappie was directed by Neil Blomkamp and written by Neil Blomkamp. And Terry Tatch, yeah, they're directed by the same director. Okay, that's why I thought they were related. I know things sometimes. I've made a connection in my brain. Was it the correct connection? It's hard to say. It's hard to say. All that matters is that we're close enough, you know. Probably wouldn't want me to be your skydiving instructor, but as your programmer, I'll get you there 9 times out of 10. Given enough time. Okay, so here's your landing screen. Let's slap a color rect into here, give it a full layout, make it something pretty dim. 32, 32, 32 all across the board is usually pretty good. There's your background. Let's set this as the startup screen. I wonder if I were able to actually run without completely erroring out now. Oh baby, we can. Okay. We're getting back. Oh, thank you for the lulz. I'm trying. Your boy is dying on the vine. You know, it's not playing video games. Programming for 6 hours straight is something I should probably be more used to doing, but that's not actually what I do at my job. It's like, at most, it's like 1 hour of strenuous programming, 2 hours of just kind of like staring blankly at my screen. And then the rest of the time is like sitting in meetings, not announcing myself, and then saying thank you when I leave the call, or just doing nothing at all. Which actually, like, surprisingly enough, that's like, lots of people do that. Yeah, not uncommon experience. let's see. So I'm thinking, how do I want this to look? So we go into paint. Oh, my eyes. So this is our screen. It's very dark. Let's give it a fill. I thought I was using fill. Ooh. Solid color. This is not how this works. Oh, color 2, sorry. So, fill. That's more or less what we're going for. Right. And so, based off of this, what do we want? We want to have... What I'm kind of envisioning is... I'm probably going to grab UIs, or Godot's UI. Because that's something that you can actually do pretty easily. A lot of big Godot projects actually do that as well. So they just grab the UI that Godot uses, and then just edit the colors. Let's see. So if I grab, what is it called? Theme. Create a new theme. Manage items. Import items. Editor theme. We don't need any of the icons. So let's how do I unselect them all? Select all. Deselect all visible. Although, that's fine. And then we'll just grab the rest, or select all, deselect all the icons. And then I can just add my own icons, I suppose. Import selected. Did it work? No, this didn't work. What happened? Alright, yeet it. We don't want it. Is that not how that works? So if we just select all with data, sorry. Then we deselect the icons. Import selected. There we go. Look at that. So we'll use this theme, at least for the landing page, and then we can kind of fudge the rest of it later. So let's do save. So this is default theme. Slap this into assets. Yeah, there we go. It's beautiful. You made this, I made this. So add a base control. This is a trick that I like to use. So if you have a control and then you assign a theme to it, it will actually propagate down to all of its children, but it will not actually impose any constraints upon them. So it will not like bind them, I guess. I guess it will bind it to the screen, but by default, but you can move it off the screen. Whereas if you use an actual control that modifies like positioning, like a panel container, the classic, if you do something like that, then it will actually start modifying positions, which you don't always want. Okay, so let's get back to this. What do we want this to look like? We want it to look like, I don't know, we can probably just have the, I don't know, if we just have a big menu, no. Do I want to ape my old, so I came up with this, and I thought it was pretty good, but I realized that it's not that great. Because it makes it really hard to add new controls. Because I didn't realize how much configuration you could possibly want. And it turns out lots of people want tons of configuration. So maybe I don't want that. Maybe what I could have is like a top bar. So yeah, we'll have like a top bar, something like that. at the top. This is for the splash screen, so you have your buttons. I guess this will just be your big omni bar, I suppose, right? And it'll look something like that, like as you can see in the Godot editor. I suppose like other things as well. Right, and then there's just the first screen, which can be a pop-up, which has a list of all the options that you could possibly select. Or maybe, hold on, we can make it fancy and then just have like a scrolling kind of. So now you want to. Why would you want to be able to scroll through? There's no reason that you would want to be able to scroll through or scrub through a bunch of possible options, right? I think let's just start. Let's start doing something and I'll figure it out. So this is your top bar. Top bar, probably like a 0.5. That feels pretty big, but maybe it's not. Top bar. Let's see, margin. We'll assign margins of 5, 5, -5, -5. Right, and then we'll start adding. What is it? It's some sort of pop-up, but it's like a pop-up menu. Displays a list of options. Yeah. So pop-up menu. That's not what you want. No, this is not what you want. What is it called? What's the thing that I'm looking for? It's like a pop-up button, right? Right? Is that it? Button. Oh, okay, is it? Pop-up menu. Pop-up menu button. Yes. Sends your menu button. What do you want on your menu button? So here I just have model tracking features app settings. But if we're going for something that I guess like a normal human being interface. Oh, and there should be an Xbox container so we don't take up the entire space. There we go. I don't know. There's file. Let's just think about it. What else would you want? I don't know. Any UI designers in chat? Like we'll just have what I'm kind of thinking is that your standard splash screen will just look like this, or maybe it'll just have to be like a big menu. I don't know. Big menu. And then it has a list of presets. So like maybe a tabbed menu with different tabs, which is kind of how I designed this alternative launcher as well. Yeah, something like that. So then you'll have tabs, tabs, tabs. Maybe. Although, what would you even have in it in the other tabs? I don't know. But let's do this. It's like tab container. It's usually pretty good. Let's kind of anchor it to roughly like that, all the way down to 1, no margins. And then left, we can put it at Probably like 0.1, I suppose. That's not how you do it. 0.1. This one is also roughly 0.1, 0.9, and then bottom. I guess we'll want to anchor it to the bottom, but then, well, let's just anchor it like in the middle, so it's roughly 10% from the edges, top, bottom, etc., etc. Doesn't need margins because we're already like anchoring it far away from anything else. I wonder what does Godot use as its standard background? Because I'm confused as to why my background, like why doesn't the panel container have a background? That's what I'm confused about. Like how do I get this fancy background? How did I get my fancy background here? How did I do this before? Let me see. Box container, we don't care. Most of this other stuff, we still don't care. Panel container, where is it? Panel. Panel container, what do you got? Draw center, no. But we can turn it on just because. Let's just save it. Fine. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna start doing stuff and then hopefully I'll figure it out as I go. So how do you add a new tab? You need to add a tab. No. How do you add new tabs to a tab container? I've done this before. It's not bones. It's not the camera setting. Tab container. One of the nice things about... Oh, I remember. So on a tab container, you just add new controls to it, and then it just kind of displays them. Yeah, panel. Yeah, okay, I remember now. And then align, probably left, like a normal person. Drag to rearrange. Why doesn't this one use the full size? Tabs available, drag to rearrange hidden tabs for min size. So we don't want to set any of these, but this one should be at least overriding it. Okay, so it is overriding it. Cool. Okay, so we have some sort of panel container. I'm not sure what I want it to be, so I feel like it's a good idea to have like just a file button, maybe. Or maybe this entire big screen should just be one big tab thing, almost like this, right? By the way, this is not the default Godot project manager. This is my own custom one that I've kind of rolled, so it works with templates and plugins, so you can just automatically inject them into your project if you have a lot of plugins, which I kind of do. I do have a template that I like to use, so let's see. I think what I want to do, no top bar. No top bar. We'll instead make this like absolutely huge. Give it a little bit of a margin, 10, 10, 10, 10, something like that. Yeah, okay. That's feeling a lot better. And then we'll have a few views inside of it that we can just define like this. So we'll have the current plan is to just have basically like the standard built-in one, and then a view that's optimized for spout. So if you're familiar with VC Face has spout support. I actually also I patched in spout support to Godot. So Godot can like seamlessly broadcast out stuff to OBS without, you can have your UI visible on the application, but you won't be able to see it in OBS. Whereas right now it's just using window capture. But using spout, you can actually avoid that. So we'll call this runners, I suppose. And then this will be, I don't know. It's like settings and then about. That's all I can think of. Is there anything else you could possibly want? Like, yeah, I mean, that's how it works. And you can even rearrange them if you wanted to. They won't persist, but it's kind of nice. Actually, let me grab this color here. So I'll grab that. Change the background color to that. Oh, it's like it's running in the editor. It's so beautiful. Yeah. Runner, we can centralize it as well. Why not? I feel like with centralized tabs, they kind of look like buck teeth to me, but I don't know. Let's see. Then inside of runners, yeah, I suppose with this, it's easy to add new tabs as well. Or just add new views so we can hot load stuff if we want. Or if you want. Yeah, I suppose. Oh, what the heck? Did this rearrange itself? No, I'm just dumb. Okay. So runners, and then we'll have probably like a big licenses page just because. Or that's usually what the about page is for, right? Yeah, no, we'll just do it for these for now. And then we'll think about the rest. Now for displaying every single thing, we should have a big scroll container. Scroll container needs to have a VBox container. VBox container. And then size flags, expand, fill, blah, blah. Actually, no, for your VBox container, that should actually be controlled, at least for a horizontal. Vertical should be controlled by the scroll container. Yeah. So these are your runners, and then we'll need to write some code to populate this using the built-in stuff. So let's write a built-in runner for this. So we'll just need a 3D scene, spatial. Look at that. Oh, thank you very much, anonymous viewer, for the follow. Let's see. This is like, I guess just like, it's a standard model viewer. Yeah, I guess it's just like built-in. We'll call it built-in model viewer. Or maybe default model viewer. Yeah, okay. So default model viewer. Go to screens, slap this into here. Yeah. And then, so from landing screen, we'll populate the single option. The plan is to have at least 2 built-in options, but everything else will have to be loaded from like a plugins folder, I guess. or maybe even like an external resources folder. Like the current resources folder that I bundle in with every single project is also more or less optional. Like you can change things at runtime. So this is how this application actually works, right? As well, because you can reconstruct the views. Pretty much the entire GUI is not baked into the application. It's actually like interpreted at runtime. So let's see. Default model viewer. I guess this will need a script, and this script will be very similar to the current model display screen. I'm not really sure what I should put on it. I think this is okay. We can get rid of this. I think I have the idea, although I don't know. I'm not good at UIs. Like my idea of a good UI is just like full screen everything. Full screen everything, more or less. Here, let's pull up model display screen, and then this is the default model viewer. All right. All right. So, most of these we don't need anymore. Yeah, most of these we don't need anymore. We just need to have... Yeah, okay, so we just need model, which is going to be some sort of base model, guaranteed. I don't know why we need the model skeleton. I feel like we don't... no, we... What is this used for? Do I ever use this anywhere in this file? Oh, baby. Good thing I'm rewriting it, because that's never used. Model parent is some sort of spatial. That's not how you spell spatial. And then there are props. So var props, which is... I guess this is like the props node, which is still a spatial, I suppose. Just so that we can group things together. This makes sense. Yeah, so we're not writing, this is not a lot of new code. This is just porting over the initial code, the old code, if you will. Model parent, initial transform. Oh, this is not how you create a transform. Transforms are primitive, so they don't need a constructor. Let's keep the same comments as well so I don't get confused. Store transforms, so we can easily reset them. Nice. And then OpenC. So this current application, as you may have guessed from the name OpenC Face GD, it's using OpenC Face as the tracking backend. And then the reason why I'm eager to be done with this is because I would like to add other tracking backends. So, you know, if you don't have a webcam, I want to add like mouse tracking to your current monitor. So you might also notice that I have a little cursor that's running around on screen. And so that's how I actually want to implement mouse tracking. Yeah. So this is not something that's built into Godot. This is using Rust, GD native Rust, in order to basically keylog myself, but that's why I want to make a lot of things pluggable. So if you're not, you know, if you're not comfortable with the idea of just having a keylogger on your system, you don't have to have it. I'm not interested in any of your personal data anyways. Vector 3 is 0. Head rotation. Now I wonder, are these used? Am I actually using these? Okay, I am using them to cache the value. Oh, you know what? I actually don't use these. Amazing. Phenomenal. Wow. So this file that you see on the left, this has gone through so many changes throughout the past year. But this is still more or less the original file. Like head translation, head rotation, those have been there from the start, and I don't think I'm using them anymore. Like is tracking, I'm pretty sure, yeah, I don't need these. I can just pull this from something else. Stored offsets, I think I do need these. And then you know what? Because we do need stored offsets, we should add that to our model. Stored offsets. Reference. Give this a good old class name. Stored offsets. Which is to say that the raw data from OpenSea face is actually skewed at like this angle for whatever reason. So I need a way to offset the data. Yeah, I think if the data was offset by like 90 degrees or whatever, I could just assume that, you know, I mapped something wrong. But because the data was skewed at like a weird 45-degree angle, I think the data just comes to me like weirdly offset. So I need to offset the offset and then store them in my own offset. It's offsets all the way down. So stored offsets GD. I was super against, or at least super hesitant to add too many, I guess, model classes. Those, I don't know. I didn't want to go the route of, you know, DAE Java, but I don't know. I think in something like this, which is very data oriented, it does help to have a lot of model classes. In order to, you know, so you know what things you are explicitly passing around. Or so you don't need to like, you know, dip into the model display screen just to know what the stored offsets are, etc., etc. Now we just have a stored offset that's just kind of floating all by itself, and it's really easy to unit test as well. The only downside is, in theory, it's a bit slower to have so many files in your project, because then, you know, I guess like the startup time is longer. Potentially data is farther away from each other, so you might have a cache miss, etc., etc., but I don't know. I think there's easier ways to gain performance without sacrificing, you know, readability, in my opinion. I think once we've rewritten everything in C, we can start talking about grouping specific pieces of code together. No, we don't need an init. So stored offset, blah, blah. We need to have a stored offsets just kind of here. Stored offsets. Stored offsets, new. There we go. Which should just initialize to 0 since these all have, yeah, just 0 values essentially. Everything's a vector 3 except for the quats, which is a quat. Or a quaternion if you're coming from pretty much any other game engine. Tracking options. Now, I think this is something else that's kind of interesting, is that I don't think I need these, because I could just grab these from the config manager, but maybe I can store these here anyways so that they're local. I don't need to, like, you know, specifically, app manager, config manager, get data, etc. So I guess like on, yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'll need to think about it. But, oh, you know, translation adjustment, rotation adjustment, we do need this. 100%. And then also interpolation data we also need. So interpolation data is equal to interpolation data. Wow. Guess what interpolation data does? It interpolates the data. Because something that's kind of interesting here is that this application is only tracking my face at 12 frames per second. So if we turn off interpolation, this is actually what it looks like. It's super framey, but you can see that we can also like track a lot faster. Also making myself dizzy by like shaking my head super violently. But if we turn on global interpolate model, then you can see it's smooth as butter because we take each frame, which is, you know, by the way, 12 frames per second, but we're processing this at 60 frames per second. So every like 5 frames are like interpolated to like a moving target. So like when I move my head sharply to the left, like that, it's actually, I'm moving my head about 1/12. Is that 1/12? A 1/12 of a second before you actually see it applied to the model. I'm not good at math. Is it 1/12? 12 times 5 is 60, yeah. Every 5 frames, because I'm tracking at 12 frames per second, yeah, something like that. So every time you see the model make a sharp adjustment, I actually did that 1/12 of a second beforehand, before the model actually caught up. If we turn off global interpolate, it's pretty much as fast as possible. And then it's also possible to, I guess, override certain things, but most of these are really only useful if you are, I guess, using a more complicated model, like this one. Ignore the fact that this one's, hold on, we can fix it. There we go. I think the default bones for this model are kind of broken, but this is just a model that someone sent to me as a test, and now I just have it on my computer. So now we're here catfishing everyone who comes into the stream is thinking, oh, it's a gamer girl or whatever. You know, I guess if you feed me enough money, I can be whatever you want me to be, but let's see, region, tracking options from config manager. I think these, yeah, I gotta think about how I want to do these tracking options. But we do need translation adjustment, because based on the model type, we do need to adjust how things are applied. So that's pretty much just like, if you're using VRM, you actually need to flip. You need to flip is it your y-axis? Yeah, you need to flip how your y-axis is applied to the model, because actually VRM models, peculiarly, just mumble that last part. Strangely enough, are rendered backwards according to the specification. So I don't know why they did that. I think it's like a Unity thing, but not really. Or I think it's because like VRM models are meant to be used in like VR chat, so you don't want them to face the camera, even though that's what everything else does, maybe. Something like that. There's a reason for it, I don't remember. I didn't design the specification, I just try to follow it. Alright, then there's interpolate model. What do we use these for? Interpolate model isn't even used anymore. Alright, apply translation is used for sure, because you might see here for this model, I'm actually not applying translation, but if you want to see something that's extra cursed, which is something kind of fun as well, I don't think there's any other program out there that lets you do it, or they don't let you break the model to this extent. So you can just do this, hello. Hello. Oh, I love this. This is my favorite part about the model. Looking real natural here. Looking real natty, as they say. Oh, that's great. I like that actually. This model seems to be like more broken than usual actually. Most models don't actually move this much. And then we can turn up the rotation damp actually. If we turn it back to like 0.1. Yeah, it hadn't occurred to me. I didn't try out turning on translation for this yet. Oh, but just breaking like a few of your vertebrae just to like pretty sick. Hold on. What if we can damp it by 0.5 and then we can still rotate out. We can still rotate around at lightning speed. 0.08. Yeah, so we can still twist our neck and break it. And also get like a pretty sick beard. Possibly. Alright, I think we're just gonna use that so because it's cursed. Give me the regular rotation. But then give me this instead. Which is actually kind of cool if you think about it. And also the reason why this is kind of really messed up is because of my conversion that I'm doing when I'm decoding the face tracker packets. All right. Hello. So I think you've been hacked, but I'm just gonna ban you anyways. Feels bad, man, etc., etc. Wait, that's what you said, right? Yeah. All right. Goodbye. I guess we'll just time you out. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. We'll just time you out. Oh, never mind. Where'd you go? I don't know. I've lost you, but you did spam me twice. Let's see. Tracking options from the config manager. I'm looking at the preview window in OBS. When I lean forward, I get really close to the camera, even though I'm not leaning forward all that much. I guess the X and Y translation is really strong. Does this bother you when I get this close? When I get really close to my microphone, but the rest of the model doesn't really keep up? Tracking options. So there's apply translation, false var apply rotation. That's usually true, otherwise your model won't be able to like look around. And then interpolate model we don't need. Everything else, well, there should track eye. That's usually pretty good. Should track eye on by default. True. Okay. Then the random input stuff for manipulating the model, which we can do like this. And you can see like even when I don't move the model, or because I'm trying to stay as still as possible, he says as he starts to rotate his head. We can rotate the model and we still have jiggle bones, which is pretty cool. This kind of freaks me out when your neck is too short. But then if I go on my toes, the neck just kind of stretches out. Reset me, reset me. Reset me, reset me. Alright, region. This will be mouse input and region. Or I guess this is like just regular input stuff. So var can manipulate. I guess should move model. False should spin, or we call it should rotate model. False, and then var should zoom model, I guess. I should probably have like just more options for manipulating the model. So like, in addition to zooming the model, because right now that's all you can do, right? You can zoom it out, you can zoom it in. I should probably also have the ability to scale the model. Yeah. And then zoom strength, mouse move strength. These aren't really variables, but maybe they should be configurable. Yeah, probably. Zoom strength. Mouse move strength floats 0.002. Yeah, there we go. Then in ready, oh no. Ready is tough. I think physics process is a bit easier because I do try to do everything in physics process because I'm pretty sure the model actually calculates. Actually, this stuff is not actually calculated based off your delta time. I don't think that these are actual physical bones, although they used to be physical bones, I should say. So I don't know. I'll think about that. But usually the fastest that we render the model at is at 60 frames a second. At least I try to. Okay, so is tracking this one. So if we're not tracking, then we don't want to do anything at all. So if we're not tracking, there's nothing to process. Although I think I could just get that from the regular tracking data. Right, because I don't remember why I did this. Is tracking and then get OpenC data will just return null, and you can see that I have a null check already here. See, that's why I need to rewrite this. I don't. There's a lot of things that I did, but I don't remember why I did them. And I know a lot of the things that I did at this point in time, when I was still developing like the, you know, manipulating a model using face tracking data, right? I was just kind of trying to get anything to work. Okay, just got to stretch it out, both in real life and in the virtual world. All right, so we do need to listen for. How did I do this in Config Manager? So Config Manager listens for several things. Register all configs with pub/sub, sure. And then okay, so we just need to have the one callback. So func on config on config change, shall we say. So there's data key. Once again, this is one of the important things that's kind of weird about the current implementation, is that you need to, usually you would do key value, but actually for how this works, it needs to be value key. So just because of how the, I guess the signaling system works in Godot, and then how I'm using it, which is kind of weird because I'm generating every single, or not every single, but most, I'm generating most signals, which is how you asynchronously talk to one part of the application to another. I'm generating that based off of nothing at all, really. They're all generated dynamically, that's fun. So physics process, ready. We need to listen for these 4 values. So let's do const config listen values. Let's see. So we're listening for apply translation, apply rotation, and should track I. Is tracking is not actually from the config manager. This is from the tracker. So actually, so we don't need this at all, right? Because this data is tracking is based off of app manager, the tracker. So we need the tracker from the app manager. Config manager is having issues. Not surprising. It happens to the best of us. Undo me. All right, so we're running into just a bunch of stuff. Config manager cannot be fully loaded. This happens sometimes. I don't remember why this happens. Cyclic reference, or there's an error. Yeah, not surprised. This happens sometimes once you start adding more and more classes. Let's see, in our pub sub, we need to do am pub sub register self, and then some value. So then we'll do for I in config listen values, pub sub register for this thing, and then we need to do pub sub payload new. Okay, so args will be equal to, it's just I, and then callback will be equal to on config changed. Something like that, and then cannot fully load the singleton app manager. What happened? Are you having config manager cannot be fully loaded because you have an error, presumably. Cyclic reference. It's pretty, as they say, pretty sick. All right, are we good? Just needed a quick reload. Happens to the best of us. All right, cool. So now we're listening to these, then we just need to handle the key. So like match key, or actually, because these are direct values, we can just do set key data, something like that. We could call this value, so it's key value, but you know, whatever. But this does simplify things a lot. So, because if you look past or back to here, you can see that I actually, in the past, needed to write a handler for every single piece of data that I needed to handle, every single callback. But now we just have like the one callback. Easy. And all you need to do is use this kind of funky, almost like DSL that I made. Should be fairly powerful though. Now, for the rest of the stuff, we need to have a model resource and then try to load the model, etc., etc. We want to yield until the model is ready, which is probably true, question mark. I know there's a reason why I did it like this, because let's see, this does all the loading here. Doesn't this yield until the model is loaded? Or no, is that not true? Oh, this is not true, no. Yeah, what the heck? Who wrote this? To do, load the model here. Then we can do, hit it with a yield. Model ready. So whenever you add a node to the current scene, so whenever I, you know, in presets, right? So if I load in the duck, and then we can also do apply translation on the duck. Applying the translation on the duck actually looks a lot better because then the duck like kind of stretches its face over. It looks a lot better. On the VRM models, it just looks absolutely cursed. Like this. It is very handy for getting the hair unstuck though. Being able to just, wah. But yeah, we need to yield until the model's ready, because you can see whenever we change the girl model, it takes about like half a second for my computer to load it in, because you know, it loads it on a single thread. There's not too much I can do about that. Because I'm not sure how you would multi-thread load the model without rolling my own, you know, model loader algorithm. Let's see. So config listen values, and then we'll have like const config let's see, config pull values, something like that. So we'll need to pull the, this is all stored in the model config, by the way. So let's just look at that without, so we don't have to guess. So this is model transform and parent model parent transform. So model transform, we need that, and model parent transform. Or it's possible I can also just set these at the model level as well, but we'll figure that out later. Then for I in config pull values, we'll do, oh, well, this doesn't make any sense, right? Like, we should just be pulling these directly, so this doesn't make any sense. Say goodbye. Then instead, we'll do model initial transform, model parent initial transform. Yeah, model initial transform will be equal to am cm, so app manager config manager. For my big singleton files, I try to just use like a really short acronym because they are just like a singleton. There's not, I don't know. I'm kind of over my like spell everything out all the way phase. Cm get data model transform. Model parent initial transform is equal to am cm get data model parent transform. This is actually something I'm fairly proud of, is this. So you don't need to, you know exactly where it's stored. You can just call get data, and then the code will just look for it by itself. How nice. Model transform is equal to model initial transform, model parents. So the reason why a model parent is needed is so that you can rotate the model while still maintaining, you know, the ability to just move it around like this. Because once you start rotating the model, your ability to translate it left, right, up, down is actually skewed by the rotation. So that's why there's a model parent. It's almost the same way that you would implement a first-person camera in any game. So if you want to, or any camera in any game, or not any camera in any game, but a 3D camera, right? So if you want to look up and down, that's your pitch. If you want to roll, roll. Actually, you don't usually roll your camera. It's either pitch or yaw, where yaw is turning left or right. But then you still need to be able to translate the camera, which is like move back, forth, left, right, etc., etc. So you must apply the rotations to different pivot points. Otherwise, things will start to break for fairly obvious reasons, honestly. Set initial values from config. Beautiful. And then for bone index in model skellyman get bone count. I don't remember what this is supposed to be. Oh, I remember. Bone name is equal to model skeleton model dot skeleton get bone name, which is the get bone name, bone index, yeah. We don't actually need to do a null check, and then your bone transform is equal to bone transform. Do I have that? Is that something I still store? Bone transforms? Oh, yeah, there we go. I store it like that. What a psycho. I need to think about this. So why do I store it by bone name? I could just store it by bone index. Right, because additional bones, which are the additional bones that are tracked. So if you wanted to track more bones on this model, what you could do is, like you could do, this is a VRoid Studio model, so a lot of these things are auto-generated and really hard to read. We could track the bust. That might be kind of funny. I don't know how visible it is, but it's supposed... The left bust, I think... Or is this the left bust? I don't remember. Which part of the bust is the... Oh, now you can see it. Oh, this is horrifying. An Eldritch horror. Here to write a better renderer. It's kind of freaking me out, honestly. The more I look at it. Yeah, but bone transforms. I think, yeah, bone transforms, we can just do this as bone ID, which is just an int to the actual transform. So the reason why we additional bones in bone transforms, the reason why there's a difference is because, you know, I still want the ability to maybe pose some of the model. I still want the ability to pose the model sometimes, but I don't want to always track every part of the model that I pose. So the prime thing to take into account is like we could T-pose, right? That's always good. Or you can A-pose, but because we set these positions, we want to store them for future use, but we don't necessarily want to track these positions. Although I totally could. It would just look kind of weird, I guess. Bone. So yeah, I think we'll just do everything based off bone ID, and then we'll just figure it out later. So bone index. So so model skeleton set bone pose bone index, and then hold on. We need to grab the, I guess, bone transforms. Bone transforms is equal to app manager, config manager, get data. Pretty sure this is just called bone transforms. And then bone transforms. Bone index. That feels a lot better than what I was doing before, which was converting to a string and then using that string to query a dictionary. Yeah. And then is tracking, blah, blah. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah. We're just missing like the most important part, which is the ability to load a model. So what is, I don't think I use 2 Godot quat. I do use 2 Godot quat, but this quat offset is not used anyways. Yeah. Fine bone chain, not used. Save offsets, totally used. But that's something that could actually be stored on stored offsets. Yeah. So this is like updates offsets. So given some sort of data, so this should be a tracking data. That's not true at all. Actually, that might be true. I don't know. I don't know. What do we want for that? Because you don't always want to use all the, or I might not have all this data, right? It might be better to, I was about to suggest that we create like a super class, but no, that's not a good idea. I think what I should do is, gotta think about it. I gotta think about it. I gotta think about it. This requires further introspection. Further introspection is required. Yeah, so I guess the only thing that really needs to be done here is try load model. Yeah. So try load model given a path. Now, what exactly does this do? I don't remember. Return result, okay. I think that's what I'm gonna do, is we'll just return a result. So, we'll do var directory is a directory new. If not, actually, I don't need to use the directory at all, but, you know. Var file is equal to file new. If not, file, is it file exists? Yeah, file exists path. So am, well, we can just do return result error, my favorite part. Error code. Error. Let's add this to one of our enums, blah, blah. Region. Model. I guess this is just like the viewer. And region. So this will be viewer file not found. Okay. Now back to this. So match file path. Oh, this is just regular path, right? Get extension, probably to lower as well. Just in case it's an uppercase extension for whatever reason. That happens sometimes. So there's GLB. I don't think Godot knows how to parse a a GLTF, but it does support GLB. So GLTF is just a GLB, but GLTF is like exploded. It's not packed, if that makes sense. VRM is just a GLB, but with additional information. So for example, this is a VRM model and it has additional information on how to like wiggle the hair around, etc., etc. But honestly, file extensions don't really matter. Now here, we can load in a scene file or possibly a text scene file that you create in Godot. Now that's interesting. And then here, this is just, let's see, unsupported viewer, unhandled file format, something like that. Let's return result error code. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, nice. So bum bum bum. am logger info loading glb. And then we'll just copy this over for the other ones. But this is not a GLB, this is a VRM. Don't know what VRM stands for, but I'm sure it's very important. Godot scene. All right. Now that we have our stubs, to do stub, and then GLB. Let's see. Ha ha ha. Yeah, GLTF loader is equal to packed scene GLTF. Now, something that's kind of interesting is that Godot actually strips out the ability to load GLTFs at runtime in exported projects, aka fully compiled, all optimizations on, RTX on, Game Your Fuel in, etc., etc. However, that's why I provide my own patched version of Godot, which I guess puts it back in. It's kind of jank, but it totally works. But when running an editor, this will just work. So these are editor-only things for whatever reason, and then I put them back. So model is equal to, well, no, we don't want to do that. We'll do var model is equal to GLTF loader import GLTF scene path. It's something like that. So what does import GLTF scene give you? It gives you a node. Sure. This is usually good enough. I don't know if there's more that needs to be added to it. So then m.set script. We need to load in the, I guess, basic model script or base model script. So let's grab that. So in entities, we really only have the two things. There's base model and VRM model. Let's add these both as preloads, I suppose. So const base model script. So I'll preload it. So what did we do here? Or I guess we can just have this as a path and we'll load it at runtime, that's fine. And then we'll do the same thing for the VRM model. VRM model script path. Nice. Boom, boom. M set script is equal to, we'll just load in base model script path. Yeah, one of those. Scale object local, not necessarily true, although I think I do need to expose that because otherwise the camera is too close, but that is probably just my fault initially. So here we'll just have to have camera, usually pretty good. Just move it back to like 0.3. Right now it's at 0.2, 0.3, one of these. And then the FOV is set to 70, which I guess is okay. Right now, I think the FOV is set to like 85, which is what I usually use for games. But I do remember someone was asking like, can we make this configurable? And I was like, oh, you know what? That makes sense. If the FOV is too high, you start getting like a fisheye lens kind of effect. Translation adjustment. This needs to be vector 3. I remember this is a problem. I think it's how I'm parsing the data actually. Like this doesn't actually need to be negative. I think it's because in OpenCFace, the reference implementation that I was using actually negates the Y value for vector 3s for some reason, but I don't think that's actually necessary. So check against OpenCFace data. Maybe this isn't necessary. All right, so rotation adjustment almost certainly needs to be, this is almost certainly necessary. I don't remember why though. All I know is that this took forever to figure out. Then we'll do AM logger loaded GLB return result. Nope. Return result okay, and then we'll just pass back M like that. All right, a few more. So the VRM one, we need to use the VRM loader, which is from add-ons. I didn't write the VRM loader, but I did contribute, or try to at least contribute a few patches. So VRM loader is equal to preload, whatever the heck this is. There's your VRM loader. So var VRM loader. VRM loader. What is VRM? VRM loader is a reference. Yeah, okay. VRM loader is a reference, so that's fine. We'll also need to hang on to the VRM meta. I think this is like a bug in Godot that hasn't been solved yet. So we'll add this to do note, because I still have not gotten around to checking it out. So var m is equal to VRM loader, import scene, path 1, 1000, one of these, VRM meta, something like this. VRM meta is equal to m dot VRM meta, something like that. Okay. So m set script will equal load VRM model script path. Seems pretty good. Hold on. VRM meta is equal to VRM meta. see above to do about figuring out VRM meta disappearing. Yeah. Then, okay, m dot transform is equal to m transform rotated 3 up pi, which is 180 degrees in radians. I don't think I need to do this here. Maybe I do. Yeah, I do need to do this for VRM meta, right? Because here at the very top, when we load it in, we actually set the model transforms to be the one from the config manager, but that's not always true. But I do need to figure out whether or not like this is the like a first time load or a like a second time load or whatever. So if there is an updated value, we want to use the updated value. We don't always want to rotate your model just because. Yeah, I need to think about this. But for now, we're still going to rotate it. We won't save the value. But translation adjustments needs to be vector 3, just completely -1. It's -1s across the board. I don't know why I'm typing it out manually, but that's okay. And then vector 3. All right, and then am logger info loaded VRM, then return result okay, along with the model. All right, last one, which is the built-in Godot scene files. So I'm pretty sure text scene files will only work in editor, but SCN files, scene files, should be all self-contained, maybe. No guarantees. But we'll do var m is equal to load path instance, and we'll just kind of like blindly load it like that. Something like that. Translation adjustment is equal to vector 3. Yeah, I think it's, yeah, I'm looking at this more and more. I'm thinking that my original conversion when reading OpenCFace data from the packets, I don't think I need to negate this. So we see OpenCFace data here. Wait, wait, maybe I should, no, hold on. No, maybe I'm dumb. Maybe I should be negating all of these and then flipping them around as well. I don't know. We'll need to think about it. We'll think about it. We'll think about it. I thought I was misremembering, I suppose. I remembered that I was kind of flipping the vector 3 around kind of weirdly. No, yeah, right here, yeah. I don't know why we do this. Like, to do, we adjust the y value when loading models and always seem to negate it. Maybe we don't need to negate it here. Yeah, I think that's it. I think this is wrong, but I'm not willing to make that change just yet. Just in case I break something I shouldn't. For now, the to-do will have to suffice. Rotation adjustments is equal to vector 3, -1, 1, 1, and I should make the translation and rotation adjustments configurable as well. Loaded Godot scene. Hooray! Return result. Okay. There we go. Then this is unreachable. Cool. Ooh, okay. And then we'll see if we can load something in using our new thing. Oh no, it's super late. Oh, I've been streaming for 7.5 hours. I'm pretty sure I need to do this really quickly, just so my entire computer does not crash. So we kill it. This happens sometimes. Like, I've gone like super duper long before, like past 12 hours before, just leaving it on. But sometimes once you go past 6 hours, it'll just crash. I don't know. Which then brings down like Windows Explorer as well. So that's not a good time. Not a good time. Now let's see. I think we need to check against the default model to load. Yeah, so metadata.gd. Yeah, so there's the default model path, and if that doesn't exist, we'll just load in the duck model, which is the model I provide, made by yours truly. Yeah. So duck. I guess this will just be duck. Duck path. Yeah, so here we can do if am_cm, or we'll do var default model string is equal to am_cm get data default model path. If default model path, if default model path empty, then default model path will equal duck path, right? And then var results will equal try load model from default model path. Actually, what we can do is default model path if default model path, or if not default model path empty, else duck path. Beautiful. Look at that. Very Python style. Now, I guess the problem after this becomes, like, what happens if we're not able to load in the duck or your current model? I guess we try to just load in the duck again. So if result is error, result is equal to try load model duck path. Let's add a note. If this fails, something is very wrong. Yeah, okay. If result is error, then I guess I should just kick you back to the defaults, right? So the landing screen. So get tree, change scene. Let's put this in the app manager. Or maybe like global constants, actually. That makes more sense. Global constants. Const landing screen path. Something like that, right? Then here, we'll do change screen, global constants, landing screen path. Beautiful. AM logger error. Failed loading the default duck model. All right, so we should do AM logger error, results unwrap error to string, something like that. Yeah, so this is an example of bubbling up an error. So that's what the result is really nice for, is that we can fail gracefully or just continue on with just a little bit of overhead. Although I guess none of these really have fail states. I guess the only fail state is the error on the handled file format. So if result is equal to null or result is error, yeah, so then if we want to check again, if result is equal to null or result is error, so error if result is not null, else something exploded or something super broke, please check the logs. So this should never happen. If I don't get a result back, that's bad. That's really bad. I don't know how that happens, but it happened. Otherwise, we'll do model is equal to result unwrap. Okay, cool. So then in model display screen, we do need to add these. So we'll do model parent is equal to spatial new, or sorry, model parent is spatial new. Model parent add child model, and then we'll call deferred add child model parent. Then we'll just yield until it's ready. Yeah, that seems pretty good. We're almost there. So landing screen. This is our, yeah. So from here, let's just do something really simple just to boot us into this as fast as possible. So VBox container, let's just add a button really quick. This is our big debug button. So default landing, or no, default viewer. Default viewer. Okay, so where's my global constants? So that's the landing screen, and then this is the const default model viewer path. Beautiful. So that we can just grab this from global constants. Let's just hook it up directly like this. So default viewer, that's so gross. Connect pressed self, no, self on default viewer press. Then we'll do get tree change scene to global constants default model revealer path. Yeah, something like that. So we load in. We have 46 errors. That's good. Why do we have 46 errors? Load dynamic font uninitialized. Why? 46 errors. Oh, where? It must be part of the theme that I'm using, but I think that should still be okay. And then hopefully this doesn't explode. Very possible though. Key not found, default model path. Really? Really? So model config, function get data. Oh, that's fine. Incomplete operator. Oh, we're close. We just super broke, I guess. Hold on. So there's a few things I'm missing. One, this needs to be S. This needs to have a null check. Result is not null, else something super broke. Please check the logs. All right. Now, what was the other thing that broke? I guess like it's like the get data stuff we don't want to, I guess, hang on, if that makes sense. So base config. We can change this from an error to be a, or this one. Yeah, this one. Find data. Well, find data, that's probably okay. Actually, no, because find data. No, that's okay. Get data, this should just be info. Run me one more time. Lots of errors. Custom update. Then in basic model. I'm not loading these in though. Oh, this is the thing that's on the duck. That's why I can't load in the duck. That makes sense. Otherwise, it's not going to work. That's tough. That's tough. All right, let's think about. What I can do is just load in the raw duck. It's gonna look pretty jank, but that's okay. And by pretty jank, I mean it's gonna look extraordinarily jank. Wow. Oh. Just missing all the format operators. Oh, I'm missing all. Yeah, I missed every single format operator. Am I dumb? Probably. Signal broadcaster, that's true. This is so this is base. Oh yeah, this needs to be changed because this doesn't actually exist like this anymore. Broadcast model loaded. Maybe don't need these. Let's comment these out for now. I think this actually still exists, but let's add a to do. To do, this needs to change. Well, we're getting really close. I can feel it. I can feel it. It's a dictionary, not an array. Okay, we're so close. I can feel it. We're almost to the end. Invalid get index. Okay, so if... What was the error? What was the error? Run me one more time. So invalid get index 0 on base dictionary. If not, bone index in bone transforms. Just continue. Okay, last one. It's beautiful. All right, cool. So the rewrites. We're almost back to just regular working order, but in theory, it should be looking a lot better. So now we have the splash screen. This is not what the splash screen is going to look like. But this is just like a really quick debug one. So now we have settings, whatever, runners, and then the intention for this having just, you know, it used to be you just load straight into the application, but now you need to choose which one you want. And that's because I want to have the ability to have different types of scenes. So by default, you know, the default scene won't have the ability to send information over spout to OBS, right? Because it's, oh, and thank you very much, anonymous viewer, for the follow. But yeah, I don't want to have that enabled by default because it's going to be slower, right? If you don't need the feature, then you don't need to use it. Or, you know, if you're on Linux, you also don't need to use it. That's the plan. So yeah, and then we'll have settings and about. So these are just like global configuration stuff. And then I think also I'll use roughly the same. I'll probably use roughly the same UI on this screen as I did with, I guess, the regular view, right? So maybe instead of like runners, yeah, maybe I'll just have like a, yeah, maybe for this part it won't draw the background, right? So it'd be kind of like a pinhole view, something like that. So you press escape, you can see the view. So imagine this, but like overlaid on this. So pinhole view, if there's something to display, it'll display over the model. Otherwise, it won't, I guess. I'll think about it. Yeah, one of the nice parts about Godot's UI model is that these, you know, scenes are just smaller scenes in and of themselves. So if you want to like position them kind of strangely, you totally can. But yeah, I think that's not bad. It does mean that there's just more unit tests I need to write, unfortunately. So git, I think git add all. Yeah. Git add all, git status. I do need to hit this with a repo cleaner at some point. Git commit, add landing screen and default display screen, this viewer, default viewer, good progress, no you, but thank you very much. It feels good. It feels good that it mostly kind of works. And then like also I know that the base is rock solid because of all the unit tests. Unless like the unit tests have been testing the wrong thing, in which case I'll cry, but it's okay. Either way, it's content. Anyway, let's push it. Beautiful. Look at that. Yeah. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for tuning in. I will be live tomorrow from, for sure, 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern time, but because I have this entire week off, should be not too, I don't know, I should be live earlier, depending on how I feel. But yeah, if you haven't given the channel a follow already, I highly encourage you to do so. I usually stream Sundays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Wednesdays from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern time, and as mentioned, Wednesdays from 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern time. working on just kind of random stuff. Not usually too many games, although I do want to get back into making games. But yeah, there's a Discord if you want to join and get updates on whatnot and whatever. There's the GitHub where I post most of my projects, free and open source, of course. There's the itch.io for the games that I wrote before. And, you know, there you go. There's my dashboard. I think Color Typewriter is probably my favorite one that I've made recently, but I did make a game jam thing for Ludum Dare a little while back. Whenever Ludum Dare 49 was. I think the most recent one that's coming up is 51, but I'm not sure. Yeah. Yeah. What else is there that people usually talk about? I don't know. Let's find someone to raid, I guess. Let's find someone to raid. Yeah, let's raid Nova. They were hanging out for a while. They're also doing Godot. Looks like they're doing the artsy fartsy part of their game, so get ready to get sense. Yeah. Nova Liminal is doing Godot game developments, using Godot for what it was actually meant to do. But yeah, give the channel a follow, join the Discord, give me stars on GitHub. What else is there? I don't know. That's pretty much it. Goodbye.